Good morning, everyone. The Senate is out of recess, and I will call the Senate to order, please, and recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session, and we will be attentive to our chaplain, Father Francis McCarthy. Thank you, Father.
Let us pray. Good and gracious God, giver of all good gifts, we give you thanks for the many blessings that you have bestowed upon us. On this day that you have made, we ask you to pour forth your blessings upon these, your servants, the members of the New Hampshire State Senate. Bless their work, bless their deliberations, bless those whom they represent. Help them to work together in harmony for the sake of the people of the state of New Hampshire. Bless the staff of the Senate, the New Hampshire General Court, and all those called to public service. May their work be fruitful and serve the needs of our local communities. Continue to pour forth your blessings upon the people of the great state of New Hampshire. May all that we do be directed to the common good and to your greater glory. We ask all these things in your most holy name. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Father. Senator Ricciardi, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone. Again, we have a very special guest here. I'd like to welcome to the stage for brief remarks Ms. Marianne Williamson, who is a candidate for president. She's also a New York Times best-selling author. We thank you for being in New Hampshire. Welcome back. And thank you for gracing our First in the Nation primary.
Thank you.
Ms. Williamson.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. It is truly an honor to be here and to be here in the State House, this temple of democracy, this place where, as Alexander Hamilton said, we would be laboratories of reform. And just being in the building, we are all reminded of the deep traditions of democracy, not only this country, but of the state. We are all aware of this tradition of the first primary and the importance of that in New Hampshire, which I'm privileged once again to be part of. I'm reminded also of a great tradition in your state, and that has with how many of the roots of the abolitionist movement grew out of governmental officials as well as the early evangelical churches in New Hampshire. So New Hampshire has made a lot of difference, has taken stands for justice in our history, and I hope that New Hampshire will continue to be that voice. I am here as part of a great roiling debate about democracy right now in terms of the Democratic Party honoring the fact that this is the first primary state. But that's small compared to the larger issues that confront all of us who are part of the larger political conversations at this time. I think what's important is that we remember those first principles. John Adams said that he hoped that every July 4th we would revisit our first principles. And they are, of course, inherent in our Declaration of Independence. 56 men having signed that declaration establishing radical principles. They are radical not only politically, but also morally and spiritually, that all men are created equal, that all men are given by God the inalienable rights of life and of liberty and of the pursuit of happiness, that governments are instituted to secure those rights. That is the purpose of government, to secure those rights, not to thwart those rights, not to obstruct those rights, not to undermine those rights. All men created equal, given by God inalienable rights of life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. 41 of those signers, however, were themselves slave owners. So there has always been in this country from the beginning a struggle between those who meant that all men are created equal and that government should protect that equality, that government should take a stand for those inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, versus those forces that have always been with us from our earliest days of the slave owner, that have always been with us, whose actual force would be used to express the notion that not all men, only some people should have their rights, only some people. And that struggle is being enacted today. We are reiterating it today, just as we have from our earliest beginnings. And that's the struggle that's going on in every state house. That's the struggle that is going on today in the U.S. Congress. That is the struggle of our time, as it was the struggle of the American story in every generation, between those who say, all men are created equal, government is instituted, the Declaration of Independence says, governments are instituted to secure those rights. And it goes on to say, as we all learned when we were children, just like those little children down in your lobby are learning it now, the Declaration says that if government is not doing its job, it is the right of the people to alter it or to abolish it. Now, we certainly don't want to abolish it, but the right to alter it is sacrosanct. And I honor every person, both in this building and outside this building, who are standing up, inside as well as outside the halls of government, to say that in our time, as in other generations, we will stand up. That is what the abolitionists did. That is what the women's suffragists did. That is what the civil rights movement did. And that is what I am so proud to be part of. With all of you here today who are standing for the rights of all people, all men, all women, all straight, all gay, all transgender, all Jew, all Christian, all Muslim, all every American. And I honor those of you who are standing for those things here. For those of you who are not, I'm still honored to be here with you, because that's the meaning of America, that we duke it out. Let us duke it out with honor and with respect. But hey, I'm a Democrat. I hope our side wins. Thank you, everyone. God bless you. Thank you. Really, really. Thank you.
So Ms. Williamson was the first of the hopefully many presidential candidates to sign this license plate, which will go, I think, into the Secretary of State's office at the conclusion of the presidential primary. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
And since you're going to be spending a lot of time in New Hampshire, here's a little homework.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
You.
Oops,
God
I'm
bless
sorry.
you, sir.
Thank
you,
you.
everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, further introduction of guests. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize a few people that are here in the gallery. Amber Goodrich and Elizabeth Nee, if you could please stand. These are two individuals that have been very, very instrumental in talking about Senate Bill 154, which we're going to be dealing with this morning, which is relative to tuition waivers for children in guardianships after being in state foster care. And so I thought it would be appropriate that they come today and hopefully watch us all vote in favor of this bill. So please join me in welcoming them. Okay, Michaela.
Okay, seeing none. Without objection, the following bills are special ordered as follows. Finance relative to tuition for children and guardianships to the beginning of the calendar. In election law, Senate Bill 222. In HHS, Senate Bill 238 and its waived from finance. to Thursday, March 16th, and waived to Thursday, March 23rd, and Finance, Senate Bill 120, and from Judiciary, Senate Bill 253, without objection. Oh, excuse me, yes, and a late addition to the special order list in ED&A, Senate Bill 147. My apologies, Senator Soucy. Without objection, today's finance report is adopted. Removed from the consent calendar, Senate Bill 219 in education and Senate Bill 105 in ED&A. Yes, thank you. So I now recognize Senator Carson for a motion on the consent calendar. Actually, I'm sorry. Senator Carson moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. FN bills not waived under Senate Rule 4.5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for referral to Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance, and all other bills to third reading. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted, and we will move to the regular calendar. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance to which was referred Senate Bill 154 FN, an act relative to tuition waivers for children and guardianships after being in state foster care. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 154 FN ought to pass. This bill expands eligibility for University System of New Hampshire and Community College System of New Hampshire tuition and fee waivers to include youth placed in relative guardianship after being in state foster care. This includes relative guardianship out of state through the Interstate Compact for the Placement of Children. SB 154 raises the maximum number of awards per year from 20 to 35 and takes effect July 1st, 2023. The Senate Finance Committee unanimously recommends by a vote of 7-0 passage of Senate Bill 154 and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 154. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. I recognize Senator Gray for a motion. The motion to table is non-debatable. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 154 is laid on the table. And I would just say for our guests, that's a normal procedure of what we do with bills that are likely to go into the budget. So thank you again for your advocacy. Moving to the Committee on Education, the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 141 FN, an act relative to administration of Education Freedom Accounts Program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 141 FN inexpedient to legislate. Senate Bill 141 FN sought to alter the eligibility requirements for the state's educational freedom accounts. The intent of the bill was to introduce accountability measures, specifically an annual re-evaluation of income for those enrolled, a subsequent annual report for district participation, and an additional requirement of students to attend a public school for at least 1 year before being eligible for the EFA program.
Numerous concerns were raised, among the most significant being the implications of requiring a year of public education to be eligible. With these concerns in mind, I ask your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 141 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. Is there any further discussion? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. I know that every single one of my colleagues on the Senate floor with me today wants every child in New Hampshire to receive the best K-12 education experience possible. To that end, we have multiple avenues to help our students achieve, grow, and prepare for leading the communities in our future. We have 111 public schools, 37 charter schools, and the Virtual Learning Academy. And now we also have the EFA program. When the EFA program was presented before the legislature 2 years ago, this body was told that the EFAs would cost taxpayers approximately $130,000. We now know that figure was grossly underrepresented, as EFAs have now cost our taxpayers and our public school system over $14 million since the program's inception in 2021. We were told that EFAs were badly needed because the options available weren't enough for the low-income families who needed to be able to pull money out of their communities and spend it educating their children themselves. Currently, that eligibility threshold need only be met one time, and then has the potential of carrying over for 12 more years with absolutely no review for the life of the program. As the program stands right now, a family can meet the income threshold eligibility in year 1, and despite any potential changes in their income, they will continue to receive EFA subsidies for up to 12 years. Annual applications would be a basic standard to ensure that financial resources go to the people who actually need them, which is fair. We also know that this body was promised nearly 2 years ago that there would be legislative oversight over this newly formed program. This program that is funded by taxpayer dollars is in fact under the supervision and direction of a private, nonprofit organization with little to no accountability or government oversight. This promise of legislative oversight never came to fruition, as this oversight committee has only met twice. One of those meetings was simply an organizational meeting. This vehicle of oversight on this multi-million-dollar program has never completed any of their legislatively prescribed work, nor produced their statutorily required final report of their findings. And while we may disagree on how to get there, I think we can agree, since the EFA program is already in place and this body has been fooled once before on the true cost of providing the illusion of school choice, I am urging this body to consider a compromise. We are here to meet the standards and the needs of New Hampshire students and be stewards of taxpayer money and be accountable to all of our citizens. I would ask you to vote down the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate so that my colleague from District 10 and I can bring forward a friendly floor amendment to this body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altshuler. Further discussion? Senator Prentice, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in opposition to the inexpedient to legislate motion and recommendation and ask my colleagues to overturn this motion so that we can bring forward language that I believe is an appropriate compromise. This language is focused on the financial eligibility, the means testing part of this bill. As what a colleague said from District 24, we are over budget in this. We are $14.7 million over budget this year. I think I know that we have a financial, we are stewards of taxpayer dollars. We are stewards of good stewards of public money, and I want to use this as an opportunity to only test the financial eligibility year to year, as we do for all other public funds that go into the hands of programs as well as our residents. So I also want to share that during the hearing, I was convinced by the constituents, my own constituents and others that came to talk from throughout the state, as well as that contacted me by email, that moving children in and out of a public school setting as a requirement of this program would be detrimental. So I wanted to work to bring the focus away from that, to leave children where they're at, learning where they're at, but make sure that as they are coming in and they are staying in the program, again, which is over budgeted, that we just test that eligibility. That's simply what I'm asking for. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Further discussion, Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. No one can argue that New Hampshire's Education Freedom Account program is one of the most successful startup educational programs in the country. EFAs help low-income families access the same educational choices that have been traditionally available and reserved only to wealthier families. In just 2 years, the Education Freedom Account has attracted over 3,000 students from low-income families in this program. Half of those children are eligible for a free and reduced lunch. A significant number are part of special education programs. 42% have attended local public schools before, and the parents have made the choice to move them out. And EFAs, interestingly enough, benefit Black and Hispanic students at a significantly higher rates than our New Hampshire population would normally dictate. But the opponents of school choice want to lock families into one school choice. SB 141 would also increase the bureaucratic burden on families by requiring them to verify their income every year. New Hampshire believes that New Hampshire parents should have the access to the best educational opportunity for their unique child, regardless of financial circumstances. This bill blocks that access, and I urge you to please vote yes to the ITL motion.
Thank you, Senator Lang. Further discussion, Senator Carson, our last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. We know that every child learns differently and that no one school is right for every student. Our responsibility is to the children, not towards any one particular educational option. EFAs allow working class parents to choose the best option for their children. Once again, opponents of school choice believe they know better than a New Hampshire parent concerning their children and what their child needs. These education freedom accounts are working for more than 3,000 students across New Hampshire. We should not reverse that success by forcing families who want to apply for EFA to attend a school they have already decided is not the best fit for their child. We heard some conversation this morning, Mr. President, about moving students around. Well, students move around quite a bit. They very rarely finish in one school that they started in. We live in a very, very mobile society, and our kids are very adaptive. And what we've seen with the EFA program is students that were struggling in public schools are now flourishing in the EFA program. And I would hate to see anything happen to this program because the damage is going to be done to those children. Not to the school that they're attending, but to those kids. And I think that we just need to be aware of that. The other question, Mr. President, that I had was we heard a discussion about the actual cost of how much is this. This is taking money away from public schools. Remember, we have the way that our formulas are set up, the money follows the child. The money follows the child. So if a parent pulls a child out of a public school, is that really a cost to the school? No, it's a loss. It's a loss of money that would have normally gone to them for that child being there. But if that child leaves and goes someplace else, is it a cost or is it a loss to the school? So again, Mr. President, I rise to hope that this body can support Senate Bill 144 and the committee with the expedient to legislate vote. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. I believe Senator Altshuler, you're recognized for a question of.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wills, my colleague from District 2, entertain a
Senator
question.
Lang.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, colleague. I appreciate your words, and I wanted to clarify a position and ask you a question about it. You mentioned that a majority of students accessing the EFA program are qualified for free and reduced lunch programming. And I would like to know if you were aware that that program is one in which families must annually apply, and that the purpose of 141 was to create a similar annual application to verify, like we do with the free and reduced lunch program, verify income eligibility for that particular program.
So thank you for your question. Again, I think the important aspect of the fact that free and reduced is such a significant portion of the population of the education freedom accounts goes to show that this is benefiting low-income families. We want to keep that access available to them. Thank you for your question.
Further discussion. Senator Gannon?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to pick up on the good senator from District 14 and some comments that 24 and 5 made. District 5. They were talking about the costs, and the costs really aren't costs, as Senator Carson, the senator from 14 was saying. They're really saving the town's money. It costs $21,000 to attend Timberlane Public Schools. We give the EFA accounts around $5,000. So that's $16,000 per student left over. So there is no cost because that's way more than enough money left in the district to cover overheads. And after overheads, that's leaving about $30 million left for the towns. So we're really saving money when people choose an alternative by leaving that $16,000 in the town. So it doesn't cost anything. If anything, there's a surplus from it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Senator Altshuler, for question or to speak?
Question, please, Mr. President. Will the senator from District 23 entertain a question?
Sure.
Thank you. Do you have any problem with families that have to reapply for free and reduced lunch programs on an annual basis to prove their financial eligibility to access that program? Also, having to reapply to prove their financial eligibility to access the EFAs?
So my response to you, thank you for the question, would be that you're putting, I would hate to tell a child who got into a school, I'm sorry, your parents made $100 too much the next year, and then pull them out. So yes, I don't see the problem with once you're in, you should be in. The kid shouldn't be pulled around like a yo-yo. We should be trying to give the best educational opportunities to a child, and that could be whatever fits for them. Whatever shoe fits best on someone, that's the shoe they should wear, and whatever child fits best in a certain school, that's the school they belong in.
Further question?
Yes, please. Will the senator from District 23 entertain a second question?
Sure, certainly.
Okay. So is it your assertion that the taxpayers should pay for all the shoes all the time, regardless of whether they are outside of the scope of an original promise of shoes for eligible children?
I think the problem with your thought process and the good senator from District 5 is you don't see, as I do, that by giving $5,000 to a student to go anywhere that fits best for them leaves $16,000 with the school system, which should be more than enough for brick and mortar, and leave them a surplus to give a better education to the remaining children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion or question? Question?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask a question of this good senator from District 23. Thank you for accepting
You
my...
know I have a hurt foot, but you're making me good. Lou would appreciate that. I'm sorry, the District 21.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question.
Thank you.
Would you believe that as a state, we have no control over the requirements of the food, of the free lunch program, because that is a federal program, and they are the ones that establish those parameters, not the state of New Hampshire. Would you believe?
Thank you, Senator. I certainly would believe that.
Thank you.
Senator Rosenwald, to speak or question?
Speech.
Speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll try to be brief. The senator from District 23, and don't worry, I'm not going to ask you a question, so you don't have to get up. But he raised a really interesting point, which is if the $5,000 goes with the student out of the district, does the local school district actually save the balance, the $16,000? The Department of Education has never been able to document that there are, in fact, any marginal savings from a child leaving a school district. Perhaps in a small district, you could close a classroom, lay off a teacher. When you get to a district the size of Nashua that has 11,000 students and 15 schools, a student here leaving or a student there leaving, there are no savings. And interestingly, when Ways and Means was having a series of briefings from economists and real estate people earlier in this winter, I think it was January, they shared the results of a study commissioned by UNH, which looked at the issue of if more children enter a school district, does it cost the cities and towns more, which is really the corollary of the issue you raised. And what they found out and shared with the Ways and Means Committee of both the House and the Senate was that there was not an impact. Some of the towns that had the highest increase in the number of new school children had the lowest increases in their taxes. So I think if you support this program, fine, but it can't be on the basis that there's going to be a savings to a local school budget, because there's just no data to support that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Seeing Senator Gray has a question of?
Senator from District 13. Senator, would you believe that as a city councilman and a former school board member that in Rochester I studied how the population in the schools were declining, and that if that declining population doesn't have an effect on an individual classroom in one, as the students matriculate to the middle school and the high school, it allows them to have smaller classes because now we have more students that are grouped together. And in Rochester, that there were significant savings because of those aggregated departures or fewer students in those upper grades.
Thank you for the question. I would believe that over time, if the total population of children declines, there will eventually be an impact on the local budgets. But as I say, in a bigger district, I have not been able to ever get any data indicating that there are marginal savings from a program like the EFAs. Thank you.
Just one quick follow-up.
I'm still standing.
I just want to make the offer to you, Senator, that I can show you or help you do that same analysis that I did in Rochester, and it should even be more pronounced in a larger district such as Nashville.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Thank you, Senator Gray. I believe now the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 141. Are we ready for the question? A roll call's been requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator Avard. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters. No. Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray. Yes. Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley. Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
14.
The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The motion of inexpedient is adopted. Continuing with the Committee on Education, the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 214 FNA, an act establishing a Department of Early Childhood Education and relative to pre-kindergarten pilot program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 214 FN, inexpedient to legislate. Senate Bill 214 would establish a cabinet-level department of early childhood education while also providing an appropriation for a mixed delivery pre-K program, pilot program. Concerns were raised during the hearing for Senate Bill 214 regarding the pilot program and the implications its implementation would have in relation to the state's access to federal funds. Further, it was contested whether the benefits provided by pre-K education program were sufficiently discernible in a student's later years to warrant the proposed expansion of pre-K. Additionally, the majority of the committee felt that the dedicated Department of Early Childhood Education would be unnecessary, preferring that if such a body were to exist, it ought to be under the pre-existing Department of Education. In addition, it is not as if New Hampshire lacks early childhood education programs. There is a plethora of them privately owned. With these points taken into consideration, I ask for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 214 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. Further discussion, Senator Whitley.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the committee recommendation of ITL and request that my colleagues vote no so that I may offer a subsequent motion and a potential floor amendment, which I believe represents a reasonable compromise based on the issues that were raised in committee. So I want to point out that more than 50 years of research, this is well-documented, well-founded research. More than 50 years of research shows that vital learning happens in our children before age 5. Brain science has confirmed for us that the first 5 years of life are a time of tremendous physical, social, emotional, and cognitive development. A scientific and policy consensus has also emerged based on this science, showing that access to high-quality early care and education like pre-K maximizes the ability of children during those very early important years and helps them prepare to enter kindergarten, ready to learn, with the requisite skills for succeeding academically and socially. And we know that school readiness is such an important predictor of long-term achievement. Studies also show us that making high-quality pre-kindergarten education available to families produces a net benefit to a state by reducing costs on social services, criminal justice, reducing grade retention, reducing the need for special education, and increasing high school graduation, and later boosting future earnings and contributions to the economy. That is why so many red and blue states support publicly funded pre-kindergarten, because simply it has a proven return on investment. Early care and education is also a critical resource for our working families. The availability of quality and affordable early childhood care and education is critical to allow our parents, and in particular our mothers, to remain in the workforce. Unfortunately, New Hampshire is only one of 6 states that currently offers no state funding to support pre-kindergarten education programs. Some children in New Hampshire have access to federally subsidized early education programs through special education services, Head Start, and the Child Care Scholarship Program. But generally, only 1/3 or fewer of children eligible for these means-tested programs are actually able to participate in them. Most children who do attend early education programs do so through private, tuition-based services. And what that means, colleagues, is that this results in a much higher proportion of children from medium and upper income families. They are the ones that have access to pre-kindergarten. And the folks that are missing out on pre-kindergarten are those children from our poor and our working class families. We need to make sure that all children are able to fulfill their potentials as individuals and citizens by reimagining public education as a system that not just starts at kindergarten, but with quality pre-kindergarten and builds on that foundation to raise performance in later grades. This bill does not create universal pre-kindergarten. This bill establishes a very tiny step forward by creating a pre-kindergarten pilot program in New Hampshire. The pilot was designed in collaboration with the Department of Education, the Department of Health and Human Services, and many, many other stakeholders to strengthen and align with work that we are already doing in New Hampshire through the Preschool Development Grant, an incredibly large federal grant the state has received and is working to apply for yet again. The entire group of stakeholders felt it was incredibly important to start slow, which we are doing in this bill, to design a pilot with quality as its central focal point, because without quality, we will not see the return on investment. The group also took care to ensure that the pre-K pilot would be community-based, mixed delivery, to allow for existing early care and education providers to participate. This means that some communities might run a pilot in a school-based program, and other communities might run a pilot in an existing child care center. This pilot program was designed for what's best for New Hampshire. It was purposeful to meet the needs of our already fragile early care and education system. I respectfully ask my colleagues to vote down the ITL motion so that I may offer a subsequent motion and a potential floor amendment focusing entirely on the pre-K program. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I also rise to ask my colleagues to overturn the ITL vote here. And I just want to say how much I appreciate Senator from District 14 and Senator from District 15 kind of working on a potential way forward for us. And I just wanted to, think back just a few years. I think it was just like 8 or 9 years ago when Valerie Sununu led the year-long gathering on pre-K and early childhood, and given her extraordinary experience as a teacher of young children, and she gathered up at Bridges House. There must have been 75 of us over a year of meetings. All kinds of folks about why is this important? What could it do for New Hampshire? And I think the values that we heard expressed by the senator from District 15 were pretty clear then, and that really what we can do for young children and how to get them, really ready for school so they can succeed. And it was very clear at that time that, the statistics are quite clear that if a child has not caught up to grade level by grade 3, it's going to be really hard for them to be grade level and catch up through the rest of high school, and actually to be able to thrive after that. And so that's why Valerie Sununu was so deeply committed to it, because it wasn't just for what we could do for the young children. And if you hear her speak about her own experiences as a young child and how education really kind of saved her in some ways in her experience when she was growing up. And I will say I really identified it with myself. And one thing we didn't really know much about then, because kind of new with the ACEs, the adverse childhood experiences kind of questions. And that was around when I was a kid. But, you know, I took that. I went through that list, and I tell you, I didn't sweep the table, but I was almost every one a yes there. And I thought, well, how did I ever survive? You know, given what my childhood was like. And I look at that list, and I think about, you know, so many of my other family members, but also friends I remember from early childhood, who probably would have been on the same register as I was. And it was like, I got to go to preschool. You know, I think my mom had to get me out of the house. She had polio, and, you know, things were bad in the house for other reasons, too. And I've always thought teachers saved my life, you know, preschool and kindergarten. Now, at that time, because of the funding issues, we were looking at social impact bonds, and that model actually came from Governor Haley. You know, if you look at what she did in South Carolina, in this area, it was really quite extraordinary, because I think the genius of what Governor Haley did was to see that it's not just the educational effect, but it's the health effect. And so her program put together pre-K plus health visits, you know, home visits, taking care of young children, making sure they're getting their medical care. And you put those two together, and you're obviously going to get much better educational outcomes as well. Well, what happened 8 or 9 years ago was we said, you know what, we got to get kindergarten first, right? And some of you remember, we didn't have a kindergarten. And so we had to do kindergarten, and we got most of the way 1 year, and then 2 years later we got the full day kindergarten, and that was good. So it is time, and to come back to this. And the pilot program is so well designed, and at that time, there were some schools, you know, I remember Seabrook, Manchester, Berlin, there were some places who wanted to jump up and be ready to do the pilot here. And so I think we'll find some very good candidates for that. And I'll just say the other thing, too, about the timing of this is that, you know, you talk to your kindergarten and first grade, second grade, third grade teachers about what they're seeing now because of COVID, and oh my goodness, you know, the gaps that are there, and the difficulties that our youngest children are facing for all kinds of reasons, and how the implications of that going year to year as they move through school. And we can really do something. And we'll get the data. And we'll decide what kind of investment we should do. So I just, again, I appreciate so much Senator from District 14 and 15 seeing that there could be a way forward on this, and I hope we can. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator D'Alessandro.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I too rise against the ITL motion. Give you a little background, give my colleagues a little background. I'm chairman of the board of Southern New Hampshire Services, which is a community action program. That community action program has Head Start under its domain. We have Head Start programs in Manchester, in Nashua, in Seabrook, in Derry, and in Portsmouth. The difference between the children who go through the Head Start program and who do not as they enter kindergarten is enormous. It's enormous. That early childhood learning plays such a significant role in their lives. It just seems to me, what's the most important resource that we have? What's the commodity that we love the most? It's our kids. We want the best opportunity for our children. Otherwise, why would we be here? That's the future of our country. It's certainly the future of our family. It's the future. So early learning is vital. It's absolutely essential. Health, and they learn that. And family support. These are the items that this would bring together. So let's not forget about that. Let's not forget about that commitment that we have and that we must sustain. I visit the Head Start programs, and I would encourage my colleagues to visit the Head Start programs. They're around now. I say Southern New Hampshire Services represents Hillsborough and Rockingham County, but Belknap Merrimack has the same situation. Visit a Head Start program. See what's happening to early learning, how meaningful it is. And let me give you the last example. Northwest is a grammar school in a ward that I represent in Manchester. When we brought Head Start to Northwest, We have to do it in the trailers. 2 trailers were set up outside. The difference between the advancement of those kids or kids who didn't have it is enormous. It makes a tremendous difference. And it was pointed out, if you're not reading at grade level by the 3rd grade, you never catch up. That's why we have a pittance in our formula of people who aren't reading at 3rd grade level. We give more money. But we can correct that with early childhood learning. I served on my school board for 10 years. It's a great experience. I encourage everybody to join the local school board. If you want to get close to people and get close to the action, be on a school board for an extended period of time. Without early learning, we're shortchanging our most valuable resource, our children. Let's not do that. Let's not shortchange our children, because if we're doing that, we're shortchanging ourselves. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Further discussion? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise this morning not as the majority leader, but as the senator from District 14. I am going to ask my colleagues to please overturn the inexpedient to legislate so another motion can come forward and my colleague from District 15 can bring forward what I believe to be is a reasonable compromise. Mr. President, I think all of you know that I am an educator. I teach at the college level. I have the pleasure of teaching at Nashua Community College. And education, I think, is one of the most important things that we can do for the people of our state. And I support all kinds of education, whether it's public school, private school, homeschooling, charter schools, or our education savings account. Anything that we can do, technical schools, technical education, that we can educate our children in order to get out there and compete in a global economy. That is critical because our society is constantly changing, and we've got to equip our children to get out there into this world and compete so they can have a better life. America, we have this dream of our children having a better life than what we had and what their grandparents had. And providing that education, I think, is critical for them achieving that. I also agree with some of the comments made that this is not, many people are not eligible to take advantage of this, of pre-K education for their children because they can't afford it. They just can't afford it. And so why can't we even look at this? Why can't we create a pilot program that a district can decide they want to participate, gather that information, look to see, is this working or it doesn't work? That's why all of the stakeholders together, we created a pilot program. So again, Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. I would ask that the body overturn the ITL so that my colleague from District 15 can bring forward a reasonable compromise. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carson. Further discussion, Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. So I was interested in the conversation with Senator from 14 and 15 talking about the inaccessibility of existing programs to the low-income families in our state. And I also, as a former school board member I spent a decade in the school district between budget committee and school board, recognize the importance of early education. So I guess I'm extending an olive branch or an opportunity to the senator from 14 and 15 to say I'll happily work with them to extend EFAs to the preschool program, which will help our low-income families have access to that program. But this bill, as written, that creates a new department within the state of New Hampshire that also creates a new program. When we've heard through multiple testimonies, plenty of programs exist. It's about access and increasing access. So I think we should support the programs that exist and use existing state programs like the EFA program to potentially give more access to this. So I'll happily help work with you to file a bill next year to see if we could do that, but I still think this bill is the wrong way, wrong model, and I urge you to support the committee's ITL recommendation.
Senator Ward has asked for a 2-minute recess. Okay, thank you very much. We are out of recess. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. If you're in favor of that, and we'll be waiting for Senator D for just a moment, but the parliamentary situation is as follows. If you're in favor of the ITL motion, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to that, you would vote no. I'm waiting as long as I can. I'm sorry, it's not Senator D, it's Senator Birdsell. There she is. So if you're in favor of the ITL motion, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to that, you would vote no. Are we ready for the vote? A roll call's been requested by Senator Whitley, seconded by Senator Birdsell. Okay, clerk will call the roll, please.
Senator Gendrew?
No.
Senator Lang?
No.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes?
Senator Gray? What?
Can I just strike this without?
Yeah, just withdraw this roll call and we'll start
I
again.
think we'll use a little bit of decorum from the chair. We'll withdraw the roll call, and I think Senator Waters needs me ahead of him in order to vote correctly.
So it's Whitley.
We'll start again. Parliamentary is as follows. If you're in favor of inexpedient, you will vote yes. If you're opposed to that, you will vote no.
Okay, Senator Gendrew?
No.
Senator Lang?
No.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
No.
Senator Innes?
No.
Senator Ward?
No.
Senator Rishardi?
No.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chanley? Senator Avard?
No.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
No.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
No.
Senator Pearl?
No.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Coca?
No.
Senator Abbas?
No.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
Senator Bradley?
No. I recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to re-refer the bill back to the committee.
Senator Carson has moved re-refer. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Bill 214 is referred back to the Committee on Education. Okay. We will now move to election law. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 73, FN, an act relative to Help America Vote Act, Harvard grants. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 73 FN, inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have required the Secretary of State to establish a grant system for cities and towns to access monies from the state's Help America Vote Act funds to be used for improvements in technology that support elections. When Congress passed the Help America Vote Act in 2002, New Hampshire's share was about $17 million. There were 4 requirements for the states to use the funds: create a statewide centralized database, provide accessible voting equipment for individuals with disabilities, provide poll workers training and voter education, and provide enforcement activities through the Attorney General's office. Under the leadership of the Secretary of State, New Hampshire met those requirements, and with the remaining fund balance, the legislature created an election fund to pay for ongoing election expenses and further system updates. Currently, the Help America Vote funds are being responsibly managed in order to keep New Hampshire's elections secure and accessible, voters and poll workers informed, and the system upgrades as needed. According to the Secretary of State, it takes at least $1 million annually to comply with HAVA mandates. The majority of the committee determined that spending the remaining HAVA funds on municipal grants would shift the ongoing expenses to the general fund. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate for Senate Bill 73 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there further discussion? Senator Perkins-Quokka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. And respectfully, I just wanted to describe the issue that this bill is trying to address. So SB 73 would have created a grant program to distribute funds to our cities and towns to purchase new voting machines. We currently have $12.8 million in unused HAVA funds, as my friend and colleague from District 6 just enumerated. Those funds are from 2002, so they've been there for about 20 years, and we are currently waiting across the state to upgrade many of our voting machines to new technology. So we've had the company that supports the AccuVote machines, LHS, publicly state that they can no longer guarantee parts to those machines. We know that the programming of those devices must be done on Windows XP, which can no longer be purchased, and so we know that it's urgent that new voting machines across our state need to be in place as soon as possible. I know it's important to many members of this chamber to have election integrity, and that's important to me as well. So we're waiting for the Ballot Law Commission to approve a new device. Once that's approved, it needs to go to the EAC, which is a national organization, to be approved. So we're going to have a pretty tight timeline where especially our SB 2 towns need to act in order to procure these new machines. So what this bill is trying to do is to create a grant program to support those cities and towns that found themselves in sort of a tight fiscal situation and make sure that our elections are protected. So I understood the committee's position, but I still believe this is an urgent matter. I believe this was a clear solution, and I hope that we can find another way to help our cities and towns with this important procurement. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Quokka. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. We'll now move to the Committee on Energy. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 229 FN, an act relative to administration of certain wetlands permits by the Department of Environmental Services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 229 FN ought to pass. Senate Bill 229 FN enables the Department of Environmental Services to administer certain wetland permits. 229 makes various changes to the administration of certain wetland permits by removing language that is ambiguous and causes issues for applicants. By clearing up the application process, it will allow for applicants to receive permits more easily and to allow the Department of Environmental Services to appropriately distribute wetland permits. The Senate Energy and Natural Resource Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 229 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. Is there any discussion or amendment? Thank you. Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 0623S, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
Thank you, Senator Avard. Go ahead.
The floor amendment removes in the original bill Section 3 and 4 from the bill, and the issue arose on those sections was brought up to the committee members after the hearing, so we really, it kind of slipped by us, and so we didn't see it. The language basically original language would have inadvertently altered the property owner's rights to rebuild a non-conforming structure within the waterfront buffer. That right was upheld in 2020 by the New Hampshire Supreme Court, and it is clearly protected, as the court stated in RSA 483B. The legislative intent under the Shoreline Water Protecting Act is allowing the property owner with a non-conforming accessory structure, meaning it was built prior to the acts of the adoptions, to rebuild a structure as long as it made a more nearly conforming. The provision is working as originally designed by the legislature, and there's no need to change it at this time. If there are tweaks that need to be made to 483B, the Energy and Natural Resources Committee should take that up next year and have a broader discretion. So I ask that everybody would just support this amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard, who has proposed Amendment 659. Is there any further discussion on the floor amendment? The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 659. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the motion of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 229. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Bill 229 is ordered to third reading. We'll move to the Committee on Executive Departments. Senate Bill 147 has been special ordered, so we'll move to Senate Bill 205. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 205 FN, an act relative to a cost of living adjustment in the state retirement system. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-1. Senator Altschiller for the committee.
Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 205 ought to pass. This bill would give a cost of living adjustment to state retirees who have been retired for a minimum of 60 months. The COLA for state retirees has only been adjusted once since 2010, while the actual cost of living continues to rise. Our state retirees dedicated their working lives to serving New Hampshire, and now it is time for us to recognize the rising costs for older retirees and that over 90% of them live with less than $50,000 in benefits, which puts them close to the federal poverty line. The Executive Departments and Administration Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I strongly support Senate Bill 205 for the cost of living adjustment for state employees. As a retiree, the United States government saw fit to give me a cost of living adjustment this year on my Social Security. Think of that. The largest cost of living adjustment that has happened in the last decade. We have withheld cost of living adjustments for our state employees for a long period of time. The late Senator Downing and I worked diligently to try to make things better for retired state employees, but we failed at a number of committee conferences. This makes sense. Most state employees retire at a very minimal benefit, $20,000, $30,000, maybe. They worked their lives for the state, gave their lives to the state. I can remember state workers polishing trucks so that they'd last, so we wouldn't have to replace them, cleaning up the buildings, and just doing yeoman work. You cannot survive without a cost of living increase in today's world. You just can't do it. When the cost of survival is greater than the cost that you're receiving from a pension benefit, we're in deep trouble. This is an opportunity for us to fulfill, again, another responsibility for those who have done so much for us. I would hope that my colleagues would support this and move it forward. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Question, Senator Lang.
Question for the senator from 24.
That's me. Yes,
Senator Altshuler.
that's me.
Senator Lang.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for taking my question. So my question is, I know that in the retirement system for both the town side and the employee side, we saw the rate go down to how much towns have to pay to the retirement system. And then same on the employee side. For the first time in a long time, due to good state management, we've seen a reduction in that cost or the percentage that the towns are picking up. My question is, will this impact that?
I'm sorry,
My question is, will this COLA impact the rates that towns and employees pay towards their retirement system?
This COLA is only for the gap. And I'm going to defer that question to Senator D'Alessandro. Thank you.
Senator D'Alessandro, would you like to answer? Lang's question?
Anytime Senator Lang poses a question, I mean, it's an opportunity to have interaction, which makes this whole exercise worthwhile. You know, it's a worthwhile exercise, something we should do, and dialogue is the key element to success. Yes, it's going to cost.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Soucy.
I rise in support of this legislation, and I do think it's important to have a little bit of context. I haven't been around quite as long as the dean, but I'm around long enough to remember when we had a mechanism for funding COLAs, and that was called the special account. As a result of legislative changes that needed to happen, there were some structural changes made to the corpus of the pension, and that was done away with. There wasn't a mechanism at that time to ensure a COLA. Now, the Decennial Commission, of which two of our esteemed members, the Senator from District 4 and the Senator from District 14 served, recognized that the COLA is an ongoing problem. You can't expect somebody to retire in 2008 or 9 and never see an increase to their pension. I mean, the fact is, inflation is happening. We all experience different types of costs. So when the special account was done away with, it was always anticipated that there would be a mechanism for the COLA. Now, the Decennial Commission did not specify legislation to create a COLA. It recommended that there be a mechanism. We don't have one yet. We've made several attempts to enact what I call Diet Cola in a small can, where we've essentially done a stipend, but the problem is the stipends have never been added to the corpus of an individual's pension, so they've basically been left behind for years and years. This is legislation that is long overdue. I thank my colleague from District 20, certainly his predecessor from District 22, Senator Downey, many years ago, have continued to work at this, and I think it's high time that we recognize this obligation that we owe to the retirees of the state of New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Soucy. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just thought I'd return to the question from the senator from District 2, and having served on the Decennial Pension Commission, these issues were very much before us. And just to remind folks that, you know, we embarked on a 30-year amortization program to bring the corpus up to 100%. That has been a painful process. It has required payments from our cities and towns. But as you know, like with a mortgage, the payments went up, and now, as the senator from District 2, we're on the down glide path, and we are heading, you know, in a certain number of years to zero on the cost for the cities and towns because of the amortization. We will get there. It has been tough. It has been hard on retirees because one of the consequences was we couldn't say yes to the COLAs because we couldn't, you know, we cannot add to that corpus when we still were it was underfunded. But, as the senator from District 2 points out, we have gone over the hump on this, and that the increase that this will be, which is about 0.23% up to about 0.53%, you can look at the fiscal note, that I am absolutely sure, given the glide path we're on, will in fact be replaced or outweighed by the amount of decrease. So I do not think there'll be actually a net increase to our cities and towns because of this move, because of the wise management that's been undertaken from that. So I just thought I'd mention that briefly, but that's the facts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Carson to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And my good friend from District 4 is correct. He and I served on the Decennial Commission a few years ago. And this was one of the issues that we discussed at length, and we had all agreed we've got to try to find a way to give our retired state employees, especially our retired teachers in Group 1, that cost of living increase. We always hear about these excessive pensions that are over $100,000. If you were to look at your hearing report in some of the testimony, for most teachers, their retirement is about just a little over $23,000 per year. Many of those are around $18,000 a year. We think, oh, well, they're getting Social Security, it shouldn't be an issue. But, Mr. President, I'd like to draw your attention to a bill that we have in finance that's upcoming, Senate Bill 57, dealing with the reduction in the calculation of state retirement annuities at age 65. Teachers were penalized. Group 1 was penalized when the federal government raised the cost of their pensions to 67. They were penalized in their pensions. And we have this bill to try to rectify that. In the meantime, how would you like to live on an average of $23,000 a year for your state pension? We've talked in this chamber, Mr. President, about the cost of living, the economy today, rising prices, inflation. I don't know how some people can even make it without turning to our communities for help. We're going to pay one way or another. I advocate, and for those of you who have been here for a while, over the last few bienniums, I have gotten up and I have advocated for a COLA for our state retirees. I think it's even more important now, Mr. President, as we're coming out of the pandemic. We know we have trouble with recruiting people to work for the state as well as retention of those workers. We need these folks. And what a great tool it is, what a great message it will be to send to people who want to come to work for our state. We're going to take care of you as you retire, if you retire. Mr. President, I stand to ask the body to please support the committee recommendation of ought to pass. We need to do this for our state retirees, especially our Group 1 employees, our teachers. We had a great discussion this morning on the education bills that we had in front of us. So let's support our retired teachers, and let's see if we can get them a COLA. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 205. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senate Bill 205 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred, Senate Bill 212 FN, an act relative to the regulation of massage, reflexology, structural integrator, and Asian bodywork therapy establishments. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 212 inexpedient to legislate. This bill would add a requirement of licensure for certain massage establishments and other bodywork professionals who are largely already licensed and regulated by the OPLC. The bill was drafted with the intent of licensing establishments in order to protect patients and clients, but instead it places undue burdens on our small business people here in New Hampshire. It should also be noted that the OPLC is intended to license individuals within certain professions and is not within their purview to be licensing massage establishments. The Executive Department and Administration Committee asks for your support for the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. Is there further discussion? Senator Altshuler.
Mr. President, Senate Bill 212 was written to fold massage establishments into RSA 328B1, which is the statute for regulation of massage therapists and massage establishments. The General Court and it says, the General Court, to protect health, safety, and welfare of the people of the state of New Hampshire, establishes a regulatory program for massage therapists, including basic qualifications for licensure of massage therapists. And this bill, Senate Bill 212, would add in massage establishments too. Senate Bill 212 folds in the practitioners of massage, reflexology, structural integration, and Asian bodywork therapy into the community of licensed establishments. Currently, anyone can throw up a website, buy some social media ads, and call themselves a massage parlor, spa, or healing center. There is no check on the sanitary conditions of the space where clients may be seeking services. There is no license verifying any sort of education or training of any of the employees. What other businesses are required to be licensed as well as the practitioners who work in them? For instance, nail salons. The New Hampshire Board of Cosmetology actually has a consumer warning on their website that says, before visiting a nail salon in New Hampshire, it is recommended that you first verify the license of the business. To verify a New Hampshire salon license, visit newhampshirelicenses.nh.gov. If you do find the license, you can see if any disciplinary actions are on the record. This allows you to make a more informed decision on what person or business you want to provide service for you. If you do end up visiting a salon in New Hampshire, make sure the person providing service holds a proper license. If the type of license is for a cosmetologist or nail technician, then they should be required to have it displayed in public view. You can also request to see their license. If they refuse to talk about their license or won't show it, then that is an immediate red flag, and it could mean the person is not licensed to perform the service. This is what we do for nail salons. We license the business, and we license the people who work in them. For massage, the manipulation of soft tissue is absolutely amazing if done properly, and can cause serious harm if done wrong and by an untrained practitioner or in a business that has unlicensed practitioners in it. Professional licensure already gives credibility to the practitioners. Senate Bill 121 gives credibility to the practice and assurance to the customer that some minimum standards have been met. This bill provides exemptions for sole practitioners and does not apply to facilities already licensed under RSA 1512, which covers hospitals, birthing centers, nursing homes, outpatient rehab facilities, or hospice. Right now, there isn't an establishment license. So again, anyone can call themselves a massage parlor, anyone can call themselves a spa or a healing center. and that imposes a serious risk to the public. At the moment, when a customer has a complaint, they can go to OPLC, but only after harm has been done. Unlicensed businesses have no requirement to cooperate with inquiries from OPLC, and no requirement to cooperate with an investigation if that's necessary. The practice of healing touch for injured or vulnerable people is undeniably important and a valuable service, but can cause serious harm if done wrong. People who are under the kind of stress that is manifesting in physical ways, who are seeking the relief of massage therapy, reflexology, structural integration therapy, or Asian bodywork therapy, deserve to know that the business providing this kind of delicate service is known to the state and has met the basic standards of professional licensure. Senate Bill 212 integrates massage practices into the licensure program and provides some basic protections for customers. I urge my colleagues to vote ITL so another motion can be made. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of an expedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. We'll now turn to the Committee on Finance. I would just say it's my hope that we're able to get through Finance and Health and Human Services, and then we'll break for lunch. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 49FN, an act relative to creating a dedicated non-lapsing fund in a biennial report of such fund for OPLC. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 49 ought to pass. This bill changes the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification Fund from a lapsing fund at the end of the biennium to a non-lapsing fund, with a portion of the non-lapsed amount to be used for capital expenditures and, importantly, to lower fees. Senate Bill 49FN also establishes a requirement for the OPLC to report biennially on how OPLC funds were expended over the previous biennium. Per the bill, the amount lapsed to the general fund at the end of the biennium will decrease. Based on historical trends, the OPLC would be expected to lapse between $6.5 million and $8 million back to the general fund at the end of this biennium. Senate Bill 49FN would allow the OPLC to retain the funds, thus decreasing the amount in the general fund. The Senate Finance Committee, by a vote of 7-0, unanimously recommends passage of Senate Bill 49FN, and we ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The bill is now on second reading. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 49. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senate Bill 49 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 56FN, an act relative to payments for restoration of a certain jurisdictional resource losses. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 56FN ought to pass. This bill establishes a method for the Department of Environmental Services to determine the compensatory payments for upland resource losses. The effect of SB 56FN would be to expand the option of paying an in lieu fee to be dedicated non-lapsing aquatic resource mitigation fund for projects requiring mitigation that impact jurisdiction areas other than wetlands or shorelines. These jurisdictional areas include the tidal buffer zone, prime wetlands buffers, and sand dunes. SB 56FN does not change the mitigation requirements. It only provides an alternative method of satisfying mitigation already required by the state and federal regulations. Paying an in lieu fee would be optional. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of SB 56FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is now on second reading. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 56. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senate Bill 56 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 57FN, an act relative to the reduction in the calculation of the state retirement annuities at age 65. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-1. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 57 ought to pass. Our state employees and teachers dedicate their time, energy, and lives to ensuring the state functions, our children receive a well-rounded education, and that the people in our communities get what they need. For all the sacrifices and efforts that are made, it is vital that we show them the same dedication and ensure that they get what was promised to them. Prior to 1988, the legislature made the decision to connect the state benefit of our Group 1 retirees receive to the federal Social Security program. This decision ensured that the state benefit was calculated by taking into account what they were receiving from the federal government and from the state. This worked well for many years. However, in 1998, this legislature removed the link between the two benefits, but kept the 10% reduction in the calculation. This became a problem when the retirement age was raised to 67. This meant that all of our dedicated teachers and state employees were still subject to the 10% reduction in their benefit, even though they were unable to collect Social Security until they turned 67. Senate Bill 57 will correct the 10% reduction to when the New Hampshire Retirement System member will receive their Social Security benefit, preventing this oversight from occurring in the future. We all see in the news how individuals are struggling with the cost of living and how health care, especially for our older population, can be astronomically expensive. This bill will ensure that our teachers and state employees are not shortchanged, especially during what is a valuable time in their lives and in the economy. I ask that my colleagues join me in supporting the committee recommendation of ought to pass and do the right thing by our workers. Under the current situation, when you turn 65, $500 a month is reduced from your pension. That's not a good thing. The hurt is strong, and it's inevitable that the results will be, the results are devastating to our state employees. So with that, Mr. President, I ask the support of the body for Senate Bill 57. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass. Is there further discussion? Seeing none. A roll call has been requested. Senator Rosenwald requested it, seconded by Senator Whitley. So the clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 23-1. I recognize Senator Gray for a motion.
Move to table.
The motion is to table Senate Bill 57. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Bill 57 is laid upon the table. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 123FN, an act relative to the adoption of ambient groundwater quality standards by the Department of Environmental Services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
President, I move Senate Bill 123FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill enables the Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Services to adopt certain ambient groundwater quality standards. SB 123FN would amend RSA 485C to eliminate internal inconsistencies in the existing statutory language regarding the criteria the department must use when establishing or amending ambient groundwater quality standards. The bill would provide clarity to the Commissioner when setting the AGQS standards, retaining discretion for the Commissioner to adopt AGQS based upon a federal health advisory when circumstances warrant. Language in the bill as introduced gives the Commissioner of DES authority to revise rules that have been adopted. It was unclear if such language would require the Commissioner to go through rulemaking if he or she wished to make changes to previously adopted rules. The language could be construed to provide authority to act unilaterally, which was not the intent of the bill. The committee amended the bill with language from the Attorney General's office to clarify the ambiguity and intent. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of SB 123FN as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing no discussion, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading. Is there further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. Senate Bill 123 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 188FN, an act relative to Cadillac converters. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 188FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill places a variety of record-keeping requirements on catalytic converter and scrap metal dealers. Is that correct, Brother Fenton? Am I on the money? My catalytic converter is safe because I know that Senator Fenton is protecting me. It requires their cooperation with enforcement in the event of a theft. The Senate Finance Committee, with the blessing of the Transportation Committee, amended the bill to incorporate a few additional concerns of the New Hampshire State Police with scrap metal dealers. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 188FN as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 188. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. Senate Bill 188 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 232 FNA, an act making an appropriation to support the work of the New Hampshire Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 232 FNA ought to pass. This bill makes a general fund appropriation of $400,000 in fiscal year 2024 and $400,000 in fiscal year 2025 to the Non-Lapsing Internet Crimes Against Children Fund to support the work of the task force. The governor's recommended operating budget for the fiscal year 24 to 25 biennium includes an appropriation to the Internet Crimes Against Children Fund in the amount of $250,000 for 2024 and $250,000 for 2025. Testimony confirmed the bill is intended to increase the annual appropriation to the fund by $150,000 up to $400,000. If the amounts in the operating budget remain the same, the additional appropriations would only need to be $150,000 in each year. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 232 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The bill is now on second reading. Open to further discussion. Is there any? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 232. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senator Gray?
Move to table.
Senator Gray has moved to table Senate Bill 232. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of tabling, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Bill 232 is laid upon the table. We will now move to the Committee on Health and Human Services. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 240, an act relative to conditions for genetic testing. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Prentice for the committee.
Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 240 ought to pass with amendment. This bill permits the disclosure of genetic testing or genetic analysis to clinical entities participating in processes related to clinical care of the patient or to clinical research. The committee amendment provides additional clarity about the issue of genetic analysis within clinical research. The committee heard testimony that New Hampshire has the most strict laws on genetic testing and is erecting barriers to care for granite staters with serious medical diagnoses like Lou Gehrig's disease, ALS, or cancer. By passing Senate Bill 240, we will open up a new avenue for clinical protocols that could save lives or set a pathway to saving lives tomorrow. All patients involved in this process are consented. For these reasons, Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks your support for a motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 240.
Senator Prentice, the bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 240. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senate Bill 240 is ordered to third reading. Senator Gray, would you assume the chair? Thank you.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 263FN, an act extending the New Hampshire Granted Advantage Health Care Program and is reestablishing the Commission to evaluate the effectiveness and the future of the New Hampshire Granted Advantage Health Care Program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's nice to see you up there. Nice tie. Mr. President, thank you, and I move ought to pass with amendment SB 263FN. This bill is reestablishes and revises the membership and the duties of the Commission to evaluate the effectiveness and future of the New Hampshire Granted Advantage Health Care Program. Secondly, permanently extends the New Hampshire Granted Advantage Health Care Program by removing prospective repeal of the program that was to take effect December 31st, 2023. Thirdly, it removes the transfer of funds from the Alcohol Abuse Prevention and Treatment Fund to the Granted Advantage Healthcare Trust Fund. The committee heard extensive testimony about the positive impacts of the Medicaid expansion that it's had on the citizens, the economy of New Hampshire. And when people are able to be healthy in mind and body, they're able to be productive members of our society, contributing to the workforce and our local economy. Medicaid expansion is one of the best tools that we've addressed with the dual crisis of mental illness and the opioid substance abuse. The committee heard from employers and employees who have been able to get their lives back on track thanks to the care through the Medicaid expansion program. Medicaid expansion has also dramatically reduced the frequency of uncompensated care in our hospitals, which is a hidden tax. May I repeat, it's a hidden tax on privately insured individuals. There are several things that do not change, Mr. President, with SB 263FN. The work requirement that you negotiated with my friends from Salem, former Senate President Morse, and former Commissioner Myers, and remains in place. The eligible population does not change as well. The 90-10 funding split is protected, and there is a prohibition on the use of general funds. If the federal government does not keep their word and their bargain, the Granted Advantage program will be wound down automatically. Mr. President, this is good policy decision for our economy, our workforce, and our hospitals, and our healthcare as a community. Government exists to help the people when they need it, with a hand up, not a handout. And the Medicaid expansion is one of the opportunities, since people do not stay on the extended program forever. But for the 45,000 granted staters who are part of this program, COVID-19 pandemic expanded the eligibility. We can provide stability and clarity. In my district, Mr. President, Nashua, we have 7,000 individuals that were helped. In Ringe, if I can find it, there were over 242, I apologize. In Brookline, 174. In Greenville, 171. In Mason, 65. In New Ipswich, 295. The reason I read that off, Mr. President, is because there's some detractors out there, and they're throwing hand grenades at this body, verbal hand grenades. And I take great offense to it, because I believe that everybody in this room is doing the best they can. And however we come to our decision, I trust that you are doing what you feel your conscience is right for your communities. And I'm voting in favor of this, even though years ago I was one of the detractors. I didn't trust what the federal government was going to do. I didn't know that they were going to keep their word. I also didn't understand the consequences of what uncompensated care meant. If we allow people to go to the hospital and the hospital cannot recover their monies, who pays for it? The insured, the business owners. They have to take that slack up, and they're already hurting. So if we don't come up, if the people that are throwing the hand grenades at this body that say, hey, no, 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 you're either this or you're that, because you want big government or whatever, I'm tired of it. I am personally tired of it. And the people that are throwing these hand grenades, Mr. President, are not offering a solution. They're saying no. What else no? Don't give care? I do take personal offense to it. They're just voices trying to make themselves known without any solutions. Maybe I was one of those voices, and I probably even signed something in 2014 that said, yep, I'm against it. Pulling up my pants, big boy pants. I grew up a little bit. I'm looking at the big picture because there's no other alternatives. This is what we have. I believe this is the right way to go. And if all those detractors want to throw those hand grenades, I stick with this body because I think we're doing the right thing, Mr. President. Mr. President, I believe that we sit on the Oversight Committee on Health and Human Services, and we also saw that there is a wind down of this program of at least 30,000 individuals by April 1st. You can correct me if I'm wrong, and I trust you would. But this program is what we have, and it's the best we can do. And my constituents, my gosh, we heard from 450 individuals that testified on this bill in favor. 2 detractors. You can look at the sign-in sheet. They didn't come in with a solution. They didn't offer testimony. So with that, Mr. President, thank you, and you're really doing a great job.
Listen well. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment?
Mr. President.
Senator Rosenwald.
I feel very hesitant to speak before the prime sponsor of this bill. But I'd like to start out by thanking all of my colleagues, but especially him, because we have come together on this critical piece of legislation. And I'd like to thank my fellow Nashwan for his words of courage on this and description of his evolution on it. Making our commitment to extend Medicaid coverage to low-income people in New Hampshire permanent is an incredible step forward for this body and for the people of New Hampshire. And I know that many of us have worked for years through budget cycles across the aisle, across the chambers, to make Medicaid expansion the successful program it is. And I'm proud to have been part of this solution from the beginning. Too often we find ourselves divided over deeply important issues, unable to come together through the push and pull of the legislative process and partisan politics. But Senate Bill 263 is proof that in New Hampshire, we can get this done. It will continue the Granted Advantage program for low-income adults who are not otherwise eligible. Many of these people suffer from mental health or substance use disorder issues and are not able to hold down a job. Some are seasonal workers who need help for a few months in the off-season. And importantly, several thousand veterans and their families are low income enough to qualify for Medicaid expansion. Those who have sacrificed so much will be ensured the care they need and that they have earned. This is also a strong pro-business program that helps increase our workforce. When our residents are able to access appropriate care, they can lead a healthier life. And healthy people are employable people ready to fill the jobs that our employers have on offer. By reducing uncompensated care, and I'm really glad you brought that up because it's huge, Medicaid expansion in New Hampshire is a lifeline for our hospitals, especially our small and rural hospitals. It's an economic driver that extends to the economy as a whole. In just this past year, Medicaid expansion brought $500 million into the New Hampshire economy. I know we're all looking forward to championing this bill through the rest of the process and getting it to the governor's desk for signature and continuing Medicaid coverage for all who need it. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my friend from District 3 for giving me the opportunity to speak before you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other amendments, we'll continue the discussion with Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think we all agree you're looking awful fine up there.
Maybe we can get a
I do like the view from down here. I always say I just love the opportunity to talk, debate. I think what this bill represents, and my two colleagues from Nashville sort of touched on it, is what it means to be a volunteer and serve in this room. There are only 24 of us. We get glorified license plates. We get a large salary. But we're here because we want to be here. We're here because we want to serve our communities. And I don't think in all the years I've been here, there's ever been an issue that has been worked with more diligence than the Granted Advantage healthcare program. And I think the proof is in the pudding. And I think it's a credit to the detractors as well as the supporters for making this the program that it is, that's serving so many people. Now, my friend from District 12 talked about some of the complaints, I guess, that have been lobbied against it. And the first complaint is that we're making it permanent. Yes, this bill, if it goes forward like this, will make Medicaid expansion permanent. But having stood here 3 separate times in 2014, 16, and 18, I can assure you that no government initiative has ever received more scrutiny, more work from people that supported it, and from people that really didn't support it than Granted Advantage. I think it's remarkable, and I'm proud to have been a part of that. And scrutiny and transparency is what is critically important as we design something intended to help people, but also protect taxpayers and grow our economy at the same time. And we have done that. I always say that yes is much harder in this building than no. It takes a lot of work to get to yes. Our friends across the wall have to say yes. We have to say yes, often in multiple committees. A governor has to say yes. That is part of the scrutiny that 3 times Medicaid expansion has gone through, and this iteration, which I hope will make it permanent, will go through. So the biggest question today, and I think it's been touched on, has what we've created been successful? And I think the answer is completely it has been. We heard a huge amount of testimony in the Health and Human Services Committee from individuals on what it's meant to their ability to maintain health, but also get back into the workforce and be productive members of our society. That is critically important. We also heard compelling testimony from business leaders, what it's meant to them. And I'd be remiss if I didn't read some of the letters that folks sent to all of us. This is from the New Hampshire Retail Association. It's our belief that when individuals and families are insured, it leads to a stronger and more productive workforce. With the expansion of Medicaid, we have seen a reduction in cost shifting to private insurance market, which otherwise leads to a significant impact on the business community. The next one from the New Hampshire Municipal Association. The New Hampshire Granite Advantage Healthcare Program has decreased local government costs for uncompensated care, particularly in small towns and rural areas. And from the Business and Industry Association, the statewide Chamber of Commerce, warning if we don't pass Senate Bill 263, they write, "We will return to the dark days when hospitals provided critical health care but received little or no compensation for doing so. The costs associated with uncompensated care are shifted to other payers. In New Hampshire, that is primarily employers in the form of higher health insurance benefit costs. In many cases, individual employees who contribute a portion of their health insurance benefit costs will also bear the brunt of this cost shifting." They couldn't have said it better. It's a hidden tax that every employer and every employee or anybody with private insurance pay. That has been largely reduced. That's success number one. Look at insurance rates in the individual market. 5 years ago, when we were debating in the third iteration of Medicaid expansion, we had soaring rates in the individual market. Now, according to the Urban Institute, we have the lowest rate for the model class of a 40-year-old non-smoker. That's remarkable. That is a partial result, at least for certain, of Medicaid expansion. The number of people accessing health care in emergency rooms has dropped dramatically. Uncompensated care, that hidden tax, has dropped. For individuals accessing Medicaid expansion, it's not permanent. So before the pandemic, when eligibility was increased by the federal government, which with the expiration of that order at the end of this month, those folks will move off of Medicaid expansion into the exchange. But before that federal change, 52% of people were only on Medicaid expansion temporarily. So it is a hand up, as my friend from District 12 talked about. One of the other critiques of Medicaid expansion is that it's a disincentive to work. Well, first of all the states in the nation, we have the fourth lowest percentage of people on Medicaid. That's remarkable. That's something we should be proud of. We also have 70% of the folks on Medicaid working. And we are among the top 10 states for that percentage of working. The U.S. average is 63%. So the reality is it's not a disincentive to work, but it's actually an incentive to get back into the workforce, which is why all of the business organizations have been supportive of that. And we've been able to do this, as my friend from District 12 so eloquently noted, without a negative impact on Granite State taxpayers. So, thank you for all of the support. Many of the folks in this room co-sponsored along with myself, Senate Bill 263. I think this is, again, as I started out at the beginning, we're volunteers here, but the ability to serve our community means we get a chance to listen. And I think that's what we have done. We have also built a program that works. And that's a credit to people that supported it on day one and people that saw it differently. And that's why I hope today we come together and pass Senate Bill 263. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm one of those that saw it differently a few years ago, and I will stand here and say I have voted against it in the past. But I challenge those individuals who are against it and who didn't bother giving us any testimony to sit there and listen to the woman who, due to no fault of her own, was covered under insurance. She got cancer, she was laid off, and she used the program as a stopgap measure. The individual who had substance use disorder was going down the wrong way, but he got together with an employer who brings in people with substance use disorders, and he has not only straightened out his life, he has also started his own business, and he used the Granite State program. We have a mother who testified that her son, who's mentally disabled, she helped him get on this program. I challenge those people who want to put us down for wanting to put this in as a permanent program. This is not a program that, and this is what I thought in the past, it was a program that would disincentivize people to work. What I heard in the testimony was this is actually a stopgap measure that gets people back to work. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say to the Henry Clay of the New Hampshire State Senate that I was involved in the Medicaid expansion discussions, as was Senator Peggy Gilmore, who was then with the Senate. I don't think any project deserves more credit than this bringing people together for the benefit of the population of the state of New Hampshire. That, to me, that's why we're all here, for the benefit of the people. And I commend the Senate President for the work he did. I mean, it was truly outstanding. And his precursor, Senator Morse, deeply involved. The work requirement, which could have been a real stumbling block, but we got over it and moved forward. So for all of us sitting here who weren't here during those discussions, this is an example of why the Senate works and why the Senate is so important to this state. This body of 24 people has done some wonderful things for the state of New Hampshire. Can't forget that. And can't forget the people who were so deeply involved. So kudos to Henry Clay, and keep the dream alive and well. Thank you.
Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. Briefly, I also stand in support of 263, Senate Bill 263, and I wasn't here in 14, 16, or 18. But what I was doing and have done for over 30 years is worked in emergency medical services, and in many and most rural areas in the state of New Hampshire, emergency medical services is the front line. It is the primary healthcare safety net. And I also spent 10 of those years working in an emergency department, a small community in northern New Hampshire. And here's why I share this perspective. It comes from the actual care provider. Senator Bradley had mentioned this, and I believe the number was we've seen a 67% reduction in emergency department visits because of the Granted Advantage program, because our residents who qualify have this care, primary care, preventative care available to them. Sadly, I was in situations and took care of patients who didn't have this available to them. And so by the time they dialed 911, or by the time they came to our emergency department, they were so sick. They had gone past the point where we could have improved the quality of their life and in some cases saved their lives. I'll mention this one case because I've never forgotten it, and then I'll dial my comments back and thank everyone for giving me this opportunity. It was late one night, in fact, it was after 11 o'clock, and an elderly gentleman, a farmer, he came to the emergency department because he had shortness of breath. And he didn't have primary care, he didn't have insurance, and he had been sick and not feeling well for weeks to months, but had gotten to a point where he just couldn't go on another day. So he comes in to see us, we run our regular tests, but we do a chest x-ray, and we find that he has cancer, okay? And he has lung cancer, and it is very obvious from that, and from that x-ray and from the lab tests that came back, that this was not going to be a survivable situation. And I never forgot that, because in a small little hospital emergency department, we had to share with him a fatal diagnosis and then help him to get to some type of care to at least live his final days out with some comfort and quality. This is a program that has changed those situations. And for that, I'm forever thankful. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further discussion, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 263 FN. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested and seconded. Senator Avard requested it, and Son Birdsell seconded it. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Bradley. Senator Waters. Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley. Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Carson. Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes. The ayes have it. The 24 to nothing. The bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance.
Thank you very much. I think, as I noted before, we try to get through the Committee on Health and Human Services. So let's take a 1-hour recess, and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. 1:30, I'm sorry. The Senate will please come out of recess. And the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 117, an act relative to the definition of child for the purpose of negligent storage of firearms. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Mr. President, I move Senate Bill 117 inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have changed the definition of the word child from the age of 16 to 18 for the purpose of negligent storage of firearms. This is a bill, and they're searching for a solution. As the committee did not hear any testimony at all or receive any data as how raising the age for safe storage would make children in New Hampshire safer. Instead, this bill would criminalize law-abiding parents for wanting to protect their family and children. For these reasons, a majority of the Senate Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Further discussion, Senator Fenton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on SB 117. SB 117 is a very simple bill with a huge impact for the greater good. This bill changes the age of a child for the purpose of negligent storage of firearms from 16 to 18 years of age. That's it. We already have safe storage laws on the books here in New Hampshire. This bill's purpose is to keep guns out of the hands of children to prevent negligent action. And that's a key word here, children. New Hampshire defines a child in many statutes as someone who has not reached their 18th birthday. We are simply updating this law to protect children. You cannot purchase a gun in New Hampshire if you were under the age of 18. No one's right here is being taken away. This bill does not affect anyone who can own a gun, who can buy a gun, where you can carry a gun, how someone operates their gun, or whether a minor can operate a gun. This bill is strictly gun safety. This change would require gun owners to maintain responsible and safe gun storage in their homes when there is a child present under the age of 18 and likely to gain access. You can still hunt because, again, this bill only deals in negligence. This bill's purpose, again, is to protect our children. The argument I heard about this bill was that we don't have this problem here in New Hampshire. Well, the leading cause of death for children in America is firearms. Not cancer, not car crashes, but guns. The most common age of a school shooter is a child between the ages of 15 and 17 years old. We in this body must ensure that our children are safe in our communities, especially when they are in the care of others. I cannot comprehend why we as parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, or simply someone who cares about the safety of our child wouldn't want this change. When my children go on a play date at someone's house, the first question we ask is, do you have guns? And if the answer is yes, our next question is, do you store them properly? Imagine if your child or grandchild or niece accessed a weapon and was hurt or killed because you or someone else did not store your gun properly. Children are experiencing high mental health crisis in this country, something New Hampshire children are not immune to, and it is not hyperbole or alarmist to say that we need to take steps to protect our children. New Hampshire is lucky so far, but if we do not take action, we will not be lucky in the future. You never think something can happen to you until it does happen to you. If this bill protects one family, prevents one injury, or saves one child's life, isn't it worth passing? My colleague from District 20 and mentor said earlier today, we must protect our most important resource. We must protect the most valuable thing in our lives, which is our children. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fenton. Further discussion. Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Every year, 340 children in America shoot themselves or someone else, and this is unacceptable. In our country, 4.6 million children live in a home where guns are both loaded and unlocked. However, somehow, here in New Hampshire, we continue to claim that this is not a problem that reaches us. that somehow 0 of the 4.6 million children are here in New Hampshire, and 0 of our children are impacted by this fatal issue. Our inaction on preventative measures as a state says that we are above this, that for some unknowable reason, our gun owners and gun culture are superior to everyone else's, and that protecting our children is not something that we need to do. I am here to tell you that we are not special. We are not exempt from gun violence. We are not immune to children experiencing mental health crises, and we are not impervious to young children killing themselves or others with firearms in this state. 78% of minor deaths are by suicide with a firearm. Let me repeat. 78% of minor gun deaths are by suicide, and the #1 cause of death for children under the age of 19 is firearms. Not only are these statistics terrifying, but they are not lessening, nor are they going away. In fact, gun sales have soared since 2020, putting more firearms into homes. Extremism is running rampant through this country, and sadly, right here in New Hampshire, too. Children are experiencing staggering mental health crises, and our inaction perpetuates our claim that we're special, that something running rampant across the country will never be able to cross into our borders. Colleagues, we are not immune to gun violence. SB 17 is a bare minimum prevention effort that we can do to protect our children and our communities. SB 17 is a prevention measure. This bill changes nothing about who can own a gun. It changes nothing about who can purchase a gun. It only changes how individuals must store their guns when there are children present. I urge you, from the bottom of my heart, to think of the children in our state, those who have been grievously injured, children who have been grievously injured across our country, and those that have lost their lives too soon due to an irresponsibly stored firearm. And I ask you to join me in overturning the ITL motion so that we can bring forward an ought-to-pass motion on this common sense piece of prevention legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Question, Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a question for the senator from District 24.
Yes.
And thank you for taking my question.
Certainly.
Since this the negligent storage of firearms law was signed into law just over 20 years ago, how many instances have someone been prosecuted under this law? And is there any information on how many more cases would be prosecuted by increasing the age from 16 to 18?
So I thank you for the question. That probably would have been a question to answer in committee about number of prosecutions. I can't give you that off the tip of my fingers, but I can assert that a prevention measure is worth 100% of our effort, and we shouldn't have to wait to bury a child to be sad that we didn't do this ahead of time. Thank you.
Further question?
Would you believe that I asked that question during the committee hearing? And
I think we have a question from Senator Carson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the good senator from District 24.
Senator Altschiller, do you yield?
As I would love for the prime sponsor of this bill to be able to talk to you too, but I will entertain the question. Thank you.
Thank you very
Senator
much,
Carson.
Senator. My question is on something that you had just spoke to on the floor. You had given us a number about the number of children that have died every year because, because of guns. Can you tell us how many of those deaths were because they got a hold of someone else's gun, an unsecured gun?
340.
340.
340, yep.
Okay,
Thank you. It's from the Gun Violence Archive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Gannon to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. New Hampshire is different, and we really don't have the same gun problems that they do in other places. I have a son who's living in Philadelphia, and he comes out of Penn, they hear gunshots at night, they have restrictions. Chicago's worse, it's triple the worst. They have 3 murders every day. There was no data, no testimony that this age change will make any children safer in New Hampshire. My grandfather, my dad, my uncles, they're all combat veterans, and I was taught at an early age to respect guns. In Ireland, where you were at a few years ago, Mr. President, my family is in Tuam, I told you, and they're sheep farmers. They go back hundreds of years. My grandfather's house was the size of our little anteroom. He had 12 siblings in that family. And like every family that grew up in this little couple-acre plot for a couple hundred years of Gannons, they had a loaded gun handy to protect their curtilage, their children, and their sheep. The children, the 12 kids who lived in that house, never touched the guns. My cousins who live on the same property in other houses today, the children, unless there's a fox eating the sheep, or they had to protect the house, never touch the guns. Many people in this chamber that have talked to me, and they said they keep a handgun close by their bed at night. If their grandkids were there, they would lock it up and put it away. But when there's 16 and 17-year-olds there, they feel they are protecting themselves and their family. It's their Second Amendment right to do so. If a gun is locked in a safe, it's going to do you very little good when an intruder is in your doorway of your bedroom. I believe New Hampshire parents know their children best. If my wife and I knew our children were not responsible at 16 and 17 and would not respect a gun, we wouldn't leave one on our nightstand after they went to bed. I don't believe a nanny state should be taking away my parental role. I say trust in the parents of New Hampshire to make the right decision for their 16 and 17-year-olds. Also, in New Hampshire, the kid has to take a gun-certified course before they're allowed to touch these guns. So and a lot of kids in New Hampshire, especially up in the north in District 1, these kids are hunting, fishing, and using guns at an early age in a responsible way. As President Joe Biden has said, he told Jill this, and I found it funny, but he said, when you're alone, honey, in the house, keep a double-barreled shotgun handy when I'm away. Now, I don't know with all her protection that she really needs it. And he said a funnier thing. He said, shoot one barrel and shoot the other, and then I'm counting. I'm like, there's going to be no bullets left if you have to use it. So I ask you to trust in the decisions of New Hampshire parents, trust that they know their children, and ITL this well-meaning from District 10. He meant well, but I think it's a misdirected bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Is there any further discussion? Seeing a lot. Senator Chandley.
Mr. President, so we are undoubtedly experiencing a mental health crisis in our country and certainly in our state. And this, we could argue the causes and the reasons for our mental health crisis, but that isn't the point of this legislation. This legislation addresses the reality in which we are living. Children and teens are particularly affected by this reality, and they experience staggeringly high rates of gun deaths and injuries. Annually, more than 3,500 children and teens are shot and killed. Another 15,000 are shot and wounded. When you break those numbers down, that averages out to over 50 young Americans each day. This problem is not going away, and in fact, it continues to rise at alarming rates. From 2011 to 2020, the firearm suicide rate increased by 53% among those aged 10 to 24, and by 146% among those aged 10 to 14. For adolescents ages 10 to 14, The firearm suicide rate in 2020 was the highest reported by the CDC since 1968. Even in New Hampshire, 78% of children and teens who die by gun violence do so by dying by suicide. Those children die using a firearm they likely found at home. This is a heartbreaking and devastating reality for Granite State families. And the trauma those families experience, not just having a child die by suicide, but by knowing that the child died using a weapon that was stored in the home and perhaps not safely stored in the home, is further traumatizing. And often these are the families who find the children. Additional trauma. Some of the opposition, you may have heard, suggests that this amendment to our current law would disallow the use of guns by young people. It does no such thing. This bill is about safe storage, and for more than 20 years, New Hampshire has held parents and guardians responsible for negligent storage of their firearms. It doesn't require that parents store their guns locked up in a safe. It requires that they not be negligent. Considering the evidence that we have regarding brain development, our mental health crisis, and the prevalence of suicide, it is incumbent upon us to require people to not be negligent. This is not saying you can't have a gun. It's not saying you can't teach your children how to use guns. And it's not prescribing a way of storing safely your guns. It's merely saying that you cannot be negligent in the storage of your guns when you have, with regard to children from birth to 17, until they turn 18. I really, really don't think this should be considered an enormous change to our law. It is a very reasonable change to existing statute. Please join me in voting down the ITL motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandley. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the committee recommendation of expedient to legislate. We had testimony concerning this, and a lot of numbers and ideas have been discussed here this afternoon. But there's an old saying, Mr. President, where there's a will, there's a way. And we've heard about children experiencing mental health crisis. If a child is determined to do something to themselves, to hurt themselves because of a mental health crisis, do you actually think that a gun is the only thing they're going to consider? Don't you think they're going to go and look in their parents' medicine cabinet to see what's in there that they can take? How many young people between the ages of 16 and 18 have overdosed on drugs and have died? I would argue that number is much, 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 much higher than any child dying from gun violence here in New Hampshire because they've taken an unsecured weapon. Parents will secure these weapons. That's why, where's the case? Where are their cases? No cases were presented to the committee where someone has been prosecuted because they had an unsecured gun around a child. There were no cases. So where's the problem? We trust 16-year-olds with cars. How many 16 to 18-year-old children have been involved in automobile accidents where not only they've killed themselves or permanently injured themselves, but also the people in the car with them? I think that's pretty darn serious. Okay, all right. A child wants to hurt somebody, and the gun is always the problem. But what's to stop them from going into the kitchen and getting a butcher's knife from the kitchen and hurting themselves or somebody else? What about chemicals that are stored in garages? Kids are pretty savvy today. Go online, learn how to make a bomb, and do that. Do we require that they, from the ages of 16 and 17, 18, that we lock up all these chemicals to keep them away from kids? This is just another attempt to really talk about gun control. We don't have a problem here, Mr. President. We just don't. Our current law allows a child under the age of 16 to access a firearm if they've completed a certified gun safety course or hunting safety course. There have been very, very few. In fact, I think the word that would be appropriate would be rare. Have there been violations of the current RSA, which is 650C:1? We're trying to solve a problem here in New Hampshire that doesn't exist. There is a difference between leaving an 8-year-old with an unlocked firearm, which under current law already prohibits, and leaving a 16-year-old alone with an unlocked firearm. Mr. President, we don't need this law. We don't have a problem. We can try to listen to the debate that we've had here, that we have to be proactive. But proactive towards what? We don't have a problem. Do we wait? We never know when something's going to happen. But we're putting the onus on parents who've done nothing wrong, that follow the law. Again, Mr. President, I'm going to ask the body to please vote with the committee of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carson. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation. Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. And there was a lot of talk during the hearing about how many instances have this been prosecuted. Has anyone been charged with this offense? And what would change if this law were to pass and become law? And I think what I want people to focus on, you hear these statistics from throughout the country, and every state will have their own version of what they define a negligent storage of a firearm is. In New Hampshire, under our existing law, you have to store or leave it on a premises. That's under your control. It has to be loaded. And you store an unloaded firearm with a magazine that's filled with ammunition next to the firearm would not apply in this situation. You have to know or have reason to know that the child will likely gain access to it. And many of the exceptions would be that you're not near that child where you can intervene within a short period of time. It has to be without the child's parent or guardian's permission. So again, if it's in your own house, if you allow, you can give your child permission to access the firearm, and then again would not apply. And then that firearm would have to then be used either in a recklessly or threatening manner, the commission of a crime, or it has to be discharged in a negligent or reckless manner. So you would need all of those to occur. And the question that I had during the committee hearing is, how often is this happening where this law is being violated? And are we having 16 and 17-year-olds basically who would otherwise be violating the law but they're the age 16 to 17? But I didn't hear any examples of it. None were provided today during the debates here, and there were none provided during the committee hearing. Therefore, I don't believe this is solving any actual issue that's been raised, and I don't believe it's actually keeping anyone safer. So, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Is there a question? Senator Carson.
President, I have a question for the senator from District 22. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. You've heard us discuss this bill this afternoon on the floor, and you've heard me say, well, where there's a will, there's a way. Does this bill do anything to stop a 16 or 17-year-old who is bound and determined that I am going to take this gun and do something with it, whether they're going to harm themselves or somebody else, to go into their parents' locked storage place where they hold their guns, from breaking into there and taking the gun?
It does not. And keep in mind, if anything that were to happen, all a parent would have to say is, I gave the child permission, and therefore it wouldn't even apply anyway.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question is on adoption of the committee. Questions on the... The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. I believe Senator Susi asked for a roll call, seconded by Senator Chandley. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll, please.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters. No. Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chandley. Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes, the ayes have it, 14 to 10. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 179, an act relative to eliminating the use of seclusion as a form of punishment or discipline on children in schools and treatment facilities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Whitley for the committee.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 179 ought to pass. This bill prohibits the use of seclusion as a form of punishment or discipline on children in schools and treatment facilities. The committee heard compelling testimony that seclusion is harmful to a child's development and should only be used in times of crisis for when children or when they pose a threat to themselves or to others. Used incorrectly, seclusion can be extremely traumatic for a child. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asked for your support on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 179. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendment? Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me once again. I would like to introduce Floor Amendment 0642S.
Senator Whitley, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank my friend from District 14 and my friend from District 24. My friend from District 24 brought this bill to us in the Judiciary Committee, has also served on the Oversight Commission for Children's Services, of which my friend from District 14 and I now sit. She has worked for many years to protect children in all settings. And I appreciate her work in doing so. And so we have all come together to bring this floor amendment forward that reflects some of the information that we heard in the Children's Oversight Commission from the Office of the Child Advocate, who shared the work that her office has been doing in treatment facilities regarding reducing the use of seclusion, which, as we know, can be particularly traumatic for children if used incorrectly. So the floor amendment before you simply clarifies the definition of what seclusion means when it is used and also what it does not include. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Whitley, is there discussion on the amendment? 642, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the adoption of Amendment 0642S, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our child advocate, Ms. Sanchez, for her work. This was an issue that came in front of the Oversight Commission on Children's Services. And again, I want to thank our friend from District 24 for bringing the language forward. When the Oversight Commission, when we met last month, we had briefly discussed this bill, and that afternoon, our child advocate had the language, and she did consult with the Disability Rights Center to make sure that we were trying to do the right thing here. I think we can all agree to put a child who's in crisis, who perhaps is dealing with a number of mental health issues, to put them into seclusion without having any kind of trauma-informed care going on while they're in crisis, I don't believe is the appropriate thing to be doing to these children. They are among our most vulnerable population, and I believe this amendment, along with the bill, goes a long way in correcting the usage of seclusion to discipline children. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carson. We'll take a brief moment to recognize Senator Susi because she has a guest.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I would like to welcome Chief Alan Alberg from Manchester, who is with us in the gallery, and thank you, Chief, for being here today.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Thank you, Chief. The question is on adoption of Floor Amendment 642. Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye, please. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 179. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and Senate Bill 179 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive, please, to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 181 FN, an act relative to access to abortion care. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. SB 181 was presented to the committee as an attempt to codify Roe versus Wade into statute. However, if you actually read the proposed bill, it is very different. During the hearing, there was a real struggle to identify a set of circumstances where the enforcement provisions as presented in Senate Bill 181, what circumstances would have to occur in order for that to be applicable. It came off as an attempt to bind future legislators, but we know we can't do that. So we weren't real clear what would have to occur in that circumstance. But please, if you look at the specific language, it doesn't make any substantive changes to the Fetal Life Protection Act, which permits a woman to terminate a pregnancy up until 24 weeks, and it's very clear and unambiguous in the RSA of what the time frame is where a woman could actually get an abortion. And for any reason, they would be allowed to get one within that time period. But if you look at what the specific language says, and it's vital to the equality and liberty to all individuals. So all individuals would mean everybody, men and women, for that matter. It goes on to say in the same sentence, the state shall not restrict or interfere with an individual's exercise of their private decision to terminate a pregnancy. That's what this says. There's no reference in that to specifically a woman. Roe versus Wade was specifically allowing a woman to have a privacy right to have an abortion. This does not say that. So an individual would include men and women, and that creates now an ambiguity in the law. Because if someone's restricted in doing so, well, that would include a man. And I would just state with confidence that if our law is going to allow or permit a woman to terminate a pregnancy, that decision should be that of a woman, not a man. But as written, this creates an ambiguity, and what I would say is otherwise puts a cloud on New Hampshire's clear and unambiguous law. So with that being said, if this is going to be championed as a bill or a policy that's going to stand up for women's reproductive health, the bill should specifically reference women, and it does not. And that's where the confusion this would lie, perhaps unintended consequences. So for that reason, considering that this won't make any substantive change to the law and only add confusion, I ask that you join me and support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. I would now recognize Senator Perkins Quokka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully rise in opposition to the motion of ITL and SB 181. When this body considered the Access to Abortion Care Act last year, we were told we must wait for the decision in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization because no one knew how the court would rule. In less than a year, everything changed. As we all know, the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade and gave state politicians, gave us, the power to decide who has access to safe, legal abortion care. Our country's reproductive health care landscape has been thrown into chaos. 1 in 3 American women can no longer access abortion care in their home state. While abortion remains safe and legal here in New Hampshire before 24 weeks, we are the only state in New England without protection for abortion rights in our state statutes or in our Constitution. We are one of just 3 states where abortion is legal, but not explicitly protected. Instead, we have an RSA that states there is no recognition or right to an abortion. New Hampshire has, or had, a long, proud, bipartisan history of protecting abortion rights. Polls show that after the Supreme Court's decision, support for abortion rights in New Hampshire is at a historic high. Nearly 6 in 10 voters disapproved of the overturning of Roe versus Wade. In 1997, lawmakers in a Republican-led House and Senate worked with Governor Shaheen to repeal pre-Roe anti-abortion laws from our statutes, which ensured that when Roe fell, Granite Staters would continue accessing the care they needed. Last year, we worked across the aisle to amend our state's 24-week abortion ban so that women and families facing heartbreaking fatal fetal diagnoses could legally access the care that they needed. Now, I'm urging us to come together again to protect the status quo. SB 181 does not change any current abortion regulations in our statute. It does not repeal the parental notification statute. It does not change the prohibitions on abortion after 24 weeks gestation. It simply says that before 24 weeks gestation, the right to an abortion is protected in New Hampshire. We've all seen the devastating stories from states where abortion has been banned since Roe was overturned, of children who were victims of crime traveling across state lines to get an abortion, of women who were miscarrying, being denied medical care because medical professionals are scared of prosecution. It is now unfortunately routine for people who need abortion care to be forced to travel across state lines, sometimes hundreds and hundreds of miles. Granite Staters are understandably worried and scared that this could happen to them. They're counting on us to provide clarity and hope. That's what the Access to Abortion Care Act does. This should not be political. This is about protecting our constituents and trusting women and their doctors. There is no more critical decision in one's life than when and if to become a parent. Anyone who has been pregnant knows that every pregnancy is different. And pregnancy is not easy. I wish it were, so desperately. It is almost a year of our organs getting pushed out of the way, of placenta entangling with our uterus, of the blood in our body doubling, and of the nutrients from our bodies being pulled into this new life, growing a new organ for us and for so many for a new little life. Many of us undertake this sacrifice with joy in our hearts, but many of us are not ready for whatever the reason, and so much can go wrong. Access to abortion can be life-saving, and that's why we call it health care. It may not be the decision you or I would make, but it is a decision that every person deserves to make for themselves. New Hampshire women deserve to know that we will not act in a way that will take away this right. That's why the Access to Abortion Care Act will protect. That's the New Hampshire way. And if you think it is not necessary, then I hope you will stay in this chamber forever. Because as soon as you're gone, someone else will sit in your seat, and we cannot predict now how they will vote. I, for one, am not willing to leave reproductive rights to that chance. Please, I urge you today to join me in voting no on the motion of ITL to SB 181, so a subsequent motion of ought to pass may be introduced. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quokka. I believe Senator Whitley has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. President, of my colleague from District 22.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you for taking my question, Senator. You had mentioned in your remarks that you believe that current New Hampshire law is clear and unambiguous. And I'm wondering if you could point me to the statutory provision currently that gives New Hampshire residents the right to be free from governmental intrusion when seeking an abortion.
If you look at the RSA, thank you for the question. The RSA is actually cited in Senate Bill 181. If you look at RSA 329:43, that is the Fetal Life Protection Act. Under there, it says that a woman is entitled to get an abortion up until 24 weeks without any restriction whatsoever. They don't need a reason. It's simply that choice, and I believe it's very clear. I think that's actually, I'm going off of memory, but I think that's section colon 44 would specifically say that.
Follow-up? Thank you, Mr. President. Will you take a follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you believe that the law that you just cited, RSA 329, section 49, states that nothing in this subdivision shall be construed as creating or recognizing a right to abortion? Would you believe that, as a lawyer, my interpretation of that is that it clearly states in the statute that you cited that there is not a right to an abortion?
I understand that it may say some language that says it's not creating a right, but when the law is allowing something to be done, and it's specifically referenced a woman can do this, and this is the circumstance when a woman would be able to do this, that is in and of itself a right to do something. If it says you have a driver's license, you have the right to drive. This says you have the right to, a woman has a right to get an abortion without any excuse or without any reason, if it's their choice, up until 24 weeks. So that it doesn't expressly say you have this right, but the law is actually granting you the right to do that, and that's how the law is applied.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Senator Altshuler. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. My esteemed colleagues, Senate Bill 181 is a necessity. Granite Staters demand it. This bill is not looking to change anything about the restrictions in place regarding when someone can access abortion health care in New Hampshire. Senate Bill 181 simply codifies into state law that there is a presumptive right to abortion health care up to the 24-week restriction that Republicans put in place through the budget process 2 years ago. Since the abortion ban has been in place, Granite Staters have, in no uncertain terms, been frightened by the audacity of this ban, the first in modern history, and are vociferously demanding relief. Since the passage and signing of an abortion ban attached to the state budget, we know reproductive health care is just a bargaining chip. After the ban was put in place, the crafters of that horrifying language said that they felt it was, and I quote, a good compromise. No, it wasn't. When someone snatches something away from you that's yours and then only gives you back some of what they stole and they call it a compromise, that's actually gaslighting. Overturning the committee recommendation and passing SB 181 into law will help ensure that abortion care remains safe, legal, and accessible in New Hampshire, regardless of what happens in other states. Many of my colleagues here in the Senate have said they support the provisions of the now overturned Roe v. Wade decision. They claim that abortion access should remain legal up to 24 weeks. Well, my colleagues, Senate Bill 181 is your chance to show your support through action. Even Governor Sununu has stated in the past that if similar legislation reaches his desk, he will sign it. During the hearing, I heard comments that this wasn't needed in New Hampshire. In fact, for years, reproductive justice advocates have been trying to codify an affirmative right to abortion health care into law, and we have been met with resistance every step of the way. Regrettably, across the country and in New Hampshire, times have changed. The Dobbs decision sent federal constitutional protections for abortion rights enumerated in Roe v. Wade into the garbage. The landscape for reproductive rights is unsteady and fraught, and with no federal guardrails since the Dobbs decision overturned Roe v. Wade, we have very real reason to be afraid here in New Hampshire. Since that Supreme Court decision, the United States has become a chaotic map of restrictions, bans, limited access, heavier burdens for victims of crime to make healthcare choices, a draining of medical talent from states with laws that criminalize doctors for providing appropriate healthcare to their patients, and threats of prosecution for pregnant people seeking needed healthcare. North Dakota's one clinic moved to Minnesota because of a fear of being prosecuted by state law enforcement. And in Wisconsin, where abortion is a felony, punishable by up to 6 years in prison and a maximum fine of $10,000, that's a model I have heard in the New Hampshire state legislature being proposed. And anti-choice activists couldn't be more thrilled. Georgia has banned accessing abortion health care after 6 weeks, also something we have heard proposed here. Arizona has a 15-week ban. Utah currently is at 18 weeks. And while Florida has a 15-week ban right now, their legislature is in the process of trying to roll it back to 6 weeks. There are total bans on abortion health care services in Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, and West Virginia and Wisconsin, and some of these states also have criminal penalties too. And it doesn't end there. The Texas legislature is debating a bill that it would make it illegal for credit card companies to process purchases of abortion medication. And Texas is even going all in and joining Iowa to ban pro-choice websites. The legislation in both states would require internet service providers to block any website that sells abortion medication, tells someone how to get abortion medication, or enables either. Both bills would allow citizens to sue internet service providers who don't block the websites and require that state attorneys general prosecute abortion funds under the RICO Act. Wyoming, where less than a year ago at the Wellspring Health Access Clinic, it was set on fire. The arsonist is still unapprehended, and now a bill is going to the governor's desk which bans chemical abortion drugs. With safe access to abortion health care services and uncertainty literally everywhere, we have valid reasons to be deeply concerned here in New Hampshire. Even the United Nations is alarmed by the chaos that has ensued from the Dobbs decision. They issued a 53-page letter with 196 signatories urging action to protect the approximately 22 million women and girls of reproductive age in the U.S. who now live in states where abortion access is heavily restricted and often totally inaccessible. Regrettably, across the country and in New Hampshire, times have changed. The Dobbs decision sent the federal protections of Roe, again, into the garbage and threw them right here at our feet. And as I outlined previously, protections have become necessary as Roe has been overturned across the nation and have put truly horrific restrictions on our bodies. 50 years, a half-century of constitutional right to safe, legal abortion is over. Clearly, the overturning of Roe was just the beginning, not the end. We have already seen in the House multiple pieces of legislation that look to expand restrictions on reproductive health care, pushing to treat Granite Staters' bodies more and more like incubators and denying us our bodily autonomy. Pregnant Granite Staters are being bombarded with attacks to bring back reproductive servitude, and we won't have it. We won't have it. Our eyes are wide open. We see the true intentions of rolling back more and more and more of our rights to our own bodies. We have been told in the House and the Senate to wait and see. That's what we were told before Dobbs, wait and see. Well, we waited, and now we're done. We see what the true intention is, and we fear it might be too late. We are a unique state that values privacy and has a long bipartisan history of support for abortion health care rights. The time to act for affirmative abortion health care is now. Our constituents overwhelmingly support access to reproductive health care, and they are watching to see how each and every one of us votes on this issue. Abortion is a deeply personal issue for many of us in this room and for so many in New Hampshire. And we have heard from our constituents that they want access to reproductive health care for a myriad of reasons. And if we vote down Senate Bill 181, we will be assuring them that their health care decisions are not protected. Voting Senate Bill 181 down will tell everybody in New Hampshire that the intention of this Republican-led body is to leave what tenuous rights we have left unprotected and keep the door open wide for further stripping of our rights here in New Hampshire. Our job today is to do what's best for our constituents and the future of our state. We must remember our Granite State values privacy and individual liberty applies to pregnant Granite Staters too. We have to recognize that the vast majority of our country and New Hampshire support abortion rights. We have to trust and respect the citizens to make their own medical decisions, as we do in so many other respects. We have to have an affirmative right to access abortion health care here in New Hampshire, and Senate Bill 181 does that. Please vote no on the ITL motion so an ought-to-pass motion may be brought forward, bringing us in line with what the majority of Granite Staters want and what they believe. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I believe, Senator Altshuler, there are several questions of you. We'll start with Senator Avard.
Senator from...
Of Senator Whitley.
No, Senator from 14.
Who has not spoken
you haven't
yet.
spoken yet. Oh, I thought you spoke. I'll wait.
We'll get to you. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for a question for the senator from District 24, if she'll take it.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you. So having served in the House previously and voted on Senate Bill 1 and 2 that enshrined the right for a woman to have an abortion up to 24 weeks for no reason other at all, whatever they choose, for whatever reason, and having also voted in favor of the supplemental bill that corrected some errors in there, which I recognize were there in Senate Bill 1 and 2, and it corrected those errors in a bipartisan manner. We voted for that. I guess I tend to be a very pragmatic and practical person, so my question is this. Does this law change women's health, reproductive rights, what women can do right now in the state? Does it change anything?
Thank you for your question. And Senator, respectfully, I was with you in the House when we voted on House Bill 1 and 2. And actually, the provision in House Bill 1 did not affirmatively give a right to women to access abortion health care. In fact, what it did was deny specifically that they may not access any health care beyond 24 weeks, and at the time criminalized people and did not have appropriate exceptions at all. So that's what actually happened. And with respect to will it give more rights, we are asking for an affirmative right to be able to access abortion health care within the first 24 weeks. And as the senator from District 15 pointed out, in statute, it is actually itemized out that this should not be construed to mean that there is an affirmative right, which is why we are asking for it. It does not exist in statute.
Follow up? Follow up? Thank you. I guess I'm back to, as a practical and pragmatic problem, does this bill change a woman's right to access women's reproductive rights?
As a practical and pragmatic person who has accessed reproductive health care and actually experienced pregnancy multiple times, I would want an affirmative right to access reproductive health care. I don't want my reproductive health care left to the whims of whoever sits in these seats at any given time. It's not fair, it's not right, and it treats us as second-class citizens. We need affirmative rights.
Thank you.
Senator Gannon, question of?
The good senator from District 24.
Do you yield, Senator Altshuler?
Be really quick.
Feeling popular.
Feeling popular. So again,
Not really.
I was going to start with his question, but we'll just go to the next step. You said you did not want this, you didn't want to be at the whim of the next legislature and the next one and the next one. But in fact, if we were to pass this, it doesn't enshrine anything. It could just be changed again and again and again. So you're not really enshrining any permanent protection here, correct?
So if, well, thank you, Senator. I appreciate the question and opening up the conversation about reproductive rights being left to the whim of a legislature. So with that being said, I do hope that you and your fellow colleagues will use your opportunity sitting in this seat at this time to show your constituents and the state that you believe an affirmative right to access reproductive abortion health care up to 24 weeks is in order.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
The questions on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Senator Gendro is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do rise in support for the inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 181. A nation and its people are judged by how they treat the elderly, the infirmed, the handicapped, children, and the unborn. So we're having this discussion here of the unborn. Who has the right? And I really thank the good senator from District 21. She said it shouldn't be political. You're right, it shouldn't be political. It is a biblical issue. And I just want to share some things with you. I did bring my Bible. I'm not going to read from it, but I do want to share a couple things in it. And before I do that, though, I want to share, it's so ironic to me that we're so concerned about our children being protected from guns. We're so protective of their education, whether it's preschool or kindergarten. We want the best education for them, and yet the unborn, it just seems like an anomaly to me, in that we're double standard. So I want to share with you, if we're not political and we are biblical, the Bible tells us that the Lord knew us before the foundations of the earth were even formed. And that means each and every one of us. He knew us before he even placed the stars in place, before he set the boundaries of the ocean, before he formed anything. He knew us, and he knew us by name. And the other really wonderful verse, and it's in Psalm 139, and it says that he knit us together in our mother's womb. And you know what that means? Even the inward parts. That means each and every one of us, he knew what our nose was going to look like, our feet were going to look like, our hands, our body, who we were going to be born to, even our personality, what we were going to do. Everything about us, God already knew. Now, do you think that's still happening with these babies that mothers are carrying? You betcha. You betcha it's still happening. He already knew them before the foundations of the earth were formed. 72% statistic, 72% of the women that go in for an ultrasound end up not having an abortion. If they can hear their baby's heartbeat, they will not have an abortion. And just one thing to leave you with is that Beethoven's mom because of a whole series of circumstances, she was told to have an abortion. She didn't. And look at the benefit that we have because Beethoven was allowed to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gendro. Senator Altshuler, do you have a question of?
The senator from District 1 entertain a question.
Senator Gendro?
Yes, I will.
Thank you very much, Senator, and I appreciate your insight and your very heartfelt position on this particular piece of legislation. And I wonder if in your searching within your own faith beliefs, if you have, as a sitting senator, given thought to that not all of your constituents, and indeed not all of New Hampshire and not all the people in this room share your particular faith or your particular version of what God may be, and that perhaps that should not be the basis for making legislation and policy that affects everybody, since we do not share the same faith.
Well, thank you for your question. And I guess you're right. We don't all share the same faith, but I have a higher authority. And my constituents are not my higher authority in this case. This is a moral and a biblical issue. It's not a political issue. It is a moral issue. And abortion is murder.
Okay. Is there further discussion? Senator Susi? Senator Carson?
Thank you, Mr. President. Wow, have we had an interesting discussion this afternoon on this issue. And I think it just goes to speak to the beauty of our system, where we can have these very, very diverse opinions on any particular issue and come together in this body and have that discussion. And I think that's very, very important, Mr. President, that everyone's voice is being heard on this particular issue. And people approach it from a variety of different places. And that's to be appreciated and respected. So, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you for establishing that sense of decorum in this body. Unfortunately, Mr. President, since Roe versus Wade was passed back in 1972, this issue has been political. And it has been political for many, many, many years. Politicians have seen their careers rise on this issue, and they have seen their careers fall on this issue. So please, don't think that politics is not at play here, because it is, and it always has been, and it probably always will be. Now, we've heard a couple of things here this afternoon. We've heard this particular law that was passed a few years ago, the Fetal Protection Act. We heard it even today called horrifying. The word horrifying was used. Now, what kind of message does that send to the people of the state of New Hampshire? And it wasn't only this word that was used. And I'm thinking back to 2 years ago. We were not in this chamber. We were guests in the House because of COVID and COVID restrictions. And we had great debates on the Fetal Protection Act, what it was, what it meant, what it was going to do. And we did have the specter of the Dobbs decision in front of us. It was a case that was being considered by the Supreme Court, and unfortunately, it was leaked prior to the decision coming out. And everyone started to get really upset. But in that confusion, I think people forgot about the state of New Hampshire and how much we value common sense. We had legislation that people worked very, very hard on, and we came to a consensus on one side versus another, and I can appreciate that. That put us in line. We were one of 6 states that allowed abortion right up to the day of delivery. That put us way outside the norm. So what we did was we took and we looked around the country. 24 weeks seemed to be an average. Most states had 24 weeks, and that's what we stayed with. But unfortunately, when this started to be talked about in the public, in press, on television, it was horribly distorted what this bill actually did. This bill banned late-term abortion, late-term. But the way that it was messaged from the special interest groups and other politicians distorted that message. One of the things we heard during the public hearing, we needed to pass this because people were confused. So I'm like, well, okay, but who caused that confusion? The good senator from District 19 and I had an editorial in the paper after this passed, explaining to everyone what exactly this bill did. But that was countered by television commercials, where the one that bothered me the most was that that law was called the most repressive abortion law in New Hampshire history. Not true. The most oppressive law was what existed before then Senator Shaheen, who was a member of this chamber, overturned those repressive laws that said you couldn't have an abortion at all. Those were repressive laws. What we said, we're banning late-term abortions, 7th, 8th, 9th month, based on science. Remember, believe the science? What science said about when a child or a fetus is capable of surviving outside the womb. So what ended up happening was young women, especially young women across this state, were scared that with the passage of that law, they cannot get an abortion in the state of New Hampshire. And I agree with my colleague from District 24 about the Dobbs decision when it came down. We started to see other states start passing these laws that banned abortion or really curtailed abortion. Look at us, we didn't do any of that. We didn't do any of it. It stayed at 24 weeks. It's what we all believe to be reasonable. There's no guarantee that 5 or 10 years from now, no matter what we do in this chamber today, that there will not be another legislature that comes along based on science, because we know science is always evolving, and they're going to roll it back. But that's not our discussion here. That is going to be their discussion. We, in the bill that we passed, provided women the right to get an abortion up until the 24th week. No questions asked, nothing. It's your right, you can go, you can get this done. You don't have the government breathing down your neck. You don't have to register. You can travel out of state. Some of the other things that we heard about, Mr. President. So why should we pass this? And I think it's interesting that we've had a discussion between two attorneys, and each one of them had a different opinion. And I know there's a joke in there someplace about attorneys, but I'm not gonna, maybe that might be a good joke, somebody might know. But it's very clear in my mind with the Fetal Protection Act that we passed that yes, you can have an abortion up to the 24th week, no questions asked. Just go ahead, do it, it's nobody's business, it's your decision. So why do we need to codify it someplace else? To make it less confusing? That's not going to happen. The law is the law. The law is the law. And putting it in another statute isn't going to change that. The other part, Mr. President, that bothers me quite a bit, and I believe when we had this bill last year, I spoke to this particular issue. There are members in this body that I have the utmost respect for that we just don't agree on this issue. And we were told that all these things were going to happen, criticizing over and over and over this bill. And I get it. I understand it. But in my mind, Mr. President, I find it completely ironic that that bill that we spent hours debating on, that has been called, again, today, horrifying, and there's other things, that now you want to take that same piece of legislation and codify it in another statute? Really? If it's that bad, why do you want to do that? If it's that horrible, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to give something in law that you say doesn't protect women, doesn't do anything for them, takes away their right? Why would you put it someplace else too? Why would you do that? What we passed, again, Mr. President, in the Fetal Protection Act provides every woman the right to get an abortion up to the end of the 24th week, if that's what they choose to do. I don't understand how that can be made any more clear than that. And then we did go back. We went back, we said, okay, fatal fetal anomalies. We changed that, we included that. Because we realized, based on testimony, that there were women that were faced with horrible situations. That we felt, okay, we need to address this issue. And we did on a bipartisan basis. That's how we work here in New Hampshire. We are common sense and we work together. Even though we might not agree, but we work together. Mr. President, I think I've run out of steam. There's a lot more that we could say, but again, we debated this bill at length. We've done it for a couple of years now. So thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Gray, would you mind giving me a break for a minute? And I have Senator Altschiller to speak again.
Nope.
I have Senator Whitley to speak. Thank you, Jim. I'll be right back.
Senator Whitley is what the Senate President.
Oh, may I? Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, I'm going to take a deep breath here. I rise in opposition to the motion of ITL. I want to refocus us back to the bill at hand, because I think, we have debated the issue of the Fetal Protection Act in this body several times. It has been painful, but we have done that, and we moved through that. But that's not what we're talking about today, right? What we're talking about today is a different bill. To set a little context, folks may remember very well, 50 years ago, Roe v. Wade was decided and made abortion a constitutional right in all 50 states. This right was then reaffirmed by the U.S. Supreme Court in the Casey case. These rulings together gave people the right to access abortion legally in every state, although, of course, that didn't mean that everyone had the same access. But just last year, the Supreme Court overturned 50 years of precedent when it decided the Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization case. The overturning of Roe v. Wade in the Dobbs case means, and I want to make this very clear, means that the entire constitutional framework for reproductive rights no longer exists. There is no longer a federally constitutionally protected right to access abortion. Poof, it was gone with one decision. That means that the legal landscape across the country, including here in New Hampshire, without Roe v. Wade, is recklessly unclear. In the Dobbs decision, the Supreme Court left the issue of reproductive rights squarely with legislatures and state politicians. They specifically directed state legislatures. They said, it's your turn. You act. Well, here we are. It's our turn to act. And it's our turn to listen to the vast majority of Granite Staters who support the rights they had under Roe v. Wade, which were taken away in one fell swoop. Our constituents They may not have read the Dobbs case, but they have heard about the Dobbs case. They heard the U.S. Supreme Court say it's the state legislature's turn. So our constituents are watching us. They are waiting for us to act. Many states, we have heard, like Missouri, have tried and are continuing to try to restrict patients from accessing abortion in other states. The Texas abortion ban includes a bounty hunter provision allowing essentially any individual, anywhere, not just in Texas, to seek a civil lawsuit against anyone who aids and abets an abortion, which is a provision that has not been struck down by the court. Local municipalities across the country are also attempting to pass local ordinances, including to restrict medication abortion, as seen in Minnesota. That means other states have sent a clear message that they will be reaching into other states to restrict the right to abortion. This bill before us, SB 181, would help give us a legal leg to stand on and potentially provide more protection for our citizens when, not if, but when another state tries to reach in. 2 years ago, the New Hampshire legislature passed a law, as we discussed at length today. And I want to be clear that that law stated in RSA 329, Section 49, and I quote, "Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed as creating or recognizing a right to abortion." So that means that in New Hampshire, we do not have a law, we do not have a statute protecting access to abortion before 24 weeks. But the passage of this bill would put this right, the right to be free from governmental intrusion when seeking an abortion, into state law, into our statutes. Again, the bill before you does nothing to amend the 24-week ban. It does nothing to amend parental notification. It simply addresses the legal void in our states and provides clarity for nearly half of our population. New Hampshire is one of 3 states where abortion is technically legal but not protected. This is a very important distinction. This legal gray area is confusing and disconcerting to Granite Staters as they look around the country as millions and millions of women lose access to abortion. We have a void on the books, an unresolved status. There is nothing in New Hampshire law that any judge can point to which says the intent of the New Hampshire law is that abortion is legal up to 24 weeks. The only clarity, the only thing that is unambiguous is the restriction on abortion. Do we want to be a state that starts from the presumption of the unknown? Because that's where we currently are. As we speak, 25 million people have lost access to abortion in their home state, including 1 in 3 American women of reproductive age. This is staggering and something, frankly, that I never thought that I would see in my lifetime. I am scared, and women in my life are scared, that we will not have the freedom to determine the course of our own lives, that we will have our rights to bodily autonomy taken away from us, that we will be forced to carry pregnancies against our will. It sounds dystopian because it is. Leaving these rights unaddressed will also put New Hampshire out of the mainstream at a time when the rest of our region is creating a legal and accessible reproductive health care environment that is welcoming and attractive to young women and their families without threat of legal jeopardy. When the best and brightest young women in this country are deciding where to go to college in the year 2023, deciding where to start their careers, or deciding where they will start their families, they will be looking to states that protect their abortion rights. I guarantee that. But based on the committee report on this bill, they will not be adding New Hampshire to that list. And when the nation's top OBGYN medical students are deciding which hospitals to seek residencies, they will be looking at states where the legislature fully recognizes and respects the right to care for pregnant patients. But based on this committee report, they won't be choosing New Hampshire. for New Hampshire industries and our economy that depend heavily on recruiting talent from out of state. New Hampshire's failure to protect abortion rights could have real consequences for our competitive advantage over time. Mr. President, my colleagues, we need these protections. We need them now. There is an urgency and a panic, a real panic when I talk to my constituents and when I talk to my contemporaries. What is going to happen in New Hampshire? Do New Hampshire politicians value freedom? Will they step up to protect my right to determine my own future? Mr. President, this is not a feel-good bill. This is a bill that would make it crystal clear to Granite Staters and to a future New Hampshire Supreme Court what the intent of this legislature is. Crystal clear that New Hampshire remains a refuge where individual rights and freedoms are respected, where bodily autonomy is prioritized, and where any person has the ability to live, work, thrive, and raise a family on their own terms. Therefore, I ask you to join me in voting no on the ITL motion on SB 188 so that a not to pass motion can be brought forward to reflect the true will of New Hampshire residents. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. I believe there is a question of Senator Whitley from Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. The good senator from District 15. Over the past 2 years, you have opposed the law that we passed, keeping the abortion after 24 weeks illegal. Senate Bill 181 reinforces the abortion limits that we passed. Does this mean that you now support prohibiting abortion during the 7th, 8th, and 9th month of gestation?
Thank you for the question. What I support now is the right to be free from governmental intrusion when seeking an abortion. This bill does nothing to touch the 24-week abortion ban. What I think is important is to make sure that the clear language of our statute reflects the will of our constituents, and I believe that this bill does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question, Senator Abbas of Senator Whitley.
Mr. President, yes, to the senator from District 15. And thank you for taking my question. Since the 14th Amendment allows equal protection under the law, by creating a state law allowing a woman to have an abortion for any reason whatsoever up until 24 weeks, do you agree that by having such protection under the United States Constitution, the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, that by merely creating said law, you would actually have the right to an abortion under the New Hampshire law?
Thank you for the question. I don't believe that you characterized the statute correctly. So what the law says, and if you're looking directly at the law on line 7, it says the state shall not restrict or interfere with an individual's exercise of their private decision to terminate a pregnancy. That's what the law says.
If I may do a follow-up. I understand what the proposed bill says, but I'm saying under the existing law, there's some concern from the different speakers on this bill, do they have a right to an abortion? And my question is, because the United States Constitution, the 14th Amendment was passed, it's a Civil War amendment, as I like to refer to it, people have equal protection of the laws, and that would include state laws. By having a state law that allows a woman to have an abortion up until 24 weeks without any restriction whatsoever, by creating that law, do you believe that that would actually give a woman the right to have an abortion under the law of New Hampshire?
I'm going to answer the same way. What this statute does is gives an individual the right to be free from governmental intrusion when seeking an abortion. That's what this law does.
If I may ask a follow-up? But it doesn't change the New Hampshire law under the Fetal Life Protection Act, which is the law, New Hampshire law, that allows a woman to get an abortion up until 24 weeks. So without any reason, it's just simply that's the decision that a woman wants to make. So I'm asking, do you believe there's a woman in the state of New Hampshire have equal protection under the law under the Fetal Life Protection Act?
Thank you, Senator, and I'm happy to answer the question. And what I want to be clear is, when we're using language like the law is clear that a woman has access, I don't believe the law is clear. The law is silent. What the law is very clear on are restrictions 24 weeks and above. But the law is silent. There is nothing that you can pick up a statute book that says you are free from governmental intrusion up to 24 weeks. So to me, the law is unclear and it's ambiguous. And so this law clarifies it. It puts it in the plain language of the statute. Thank you.
Last question.
Yes.
Under New Hampshire's law today, the Fetal Life Protection Act,
Yes.
does a woman have the ability to get an abortion up until 24 weeks without an excuse?
Thank you for the question. Again, our current law is silent on access to abortion up to 24 weeks. It is clear on the restrictions after 24 weeks. There's nothing, the only thing that our law says clearly that applies to the situation up to 24 weeks is in section 49, which I'm now reading for the third time. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed as creating or recognizing a right to abortion. That's clear.
Thank you.
Senator Ricciardi to speak. Senator Ricciardi.
I didn't intend to speak today on this subject, but as I sit here, I am very perplexed. When I got elected to be in this seat and fortunate enough to work with all of you, I don't look at the political messaging. I look at, we're here to do the work of the people and do what's right for them, and you set that party messaging aside. There is not, the confusion that came from this topic of abortion was the messaging about us having a ban that we don't have. I don't even understand why we're having this discussion, because the law that you are wanting to have exists. It is very clear that a woman in the state of New Hampshire, for any reason whatsoever, can have accessible abortion up until the 24th week. At 24 weeks, there are exceptions for the anomaly of the baby or the health of the mother. In fact, 80% of the Granite Staters agree and support this law. This is our law. It is our law. This, to me, is about negative political messaging and stirring the pot. We have the law. I care about the people in New Hampshire. I don't want them confused. This is confusing them. We have the law. They have safe, accessible abortion up to 24 weeks. They have that right now. So to me, what you are proposing is absolutely meaningless and really seems about messaging and not in a good way for the people of New Hampshire. Very disappointing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ricciardi. Senator Carson to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think what we've seen this afternoon is what we saw 2 years ago. We don't agree. We just don't agree on this issue. It is very political. And, we can't always agree. But what I see today happening is what happened 2 years ago. The distortion, the misunderstanding, the confusion, when there is no confusion. There is no confusion. The law states. Now, my good friend from District 15 says, well, it's silent. It's silent because you have the right to do that. Do you want the government to come in and dictate every single step of the process? I don't think so, Mr. President. But we heard the same thing a couple of years ago with there are no provisions for rape or incest in here. But Mr. President, the law, we didn't need to say anything because guess what? You could go get an abortion up to the end of the 24th week for any reason. Any reason. Do we have to articulate? And who's going to make that list? Who's going to make that list? Under what circumstances is it okay? So that's why again, why some might say it's silent. Because we leave it up to the woman to determine. We have to stop this confusion. We have to stop sending a confusing message to the people of the state of New Hampshire. I'm standing here today, I hope people are listening. As a woman, if you choose to have an abortion, a safe, legal abortion in the state of New Hampshire, you can do so until the last day of the 24th week of your pregnancy. You are protected. You can go and get it, no questions asked. None whatsoever. And that's the end of it. But you're looking to codify this same law, which we're hearing is confusing, into another statute. And it's mind-boggling. We're hearing all these things about what's happening in abortion all across the country. That's them. That's not us. It's not us. We did something common sense that, quite frankly, over 80% of the citizens of New Hampshire supported, which was banning late-term abortion, and that was it. That was all. So I'm asking all of you here, as well as all the advocates that are out there, please stop distorting the message. And quite frankly, Mr. President, I happen to believe that if someone is fortunate enough to attend medical school at Dartmouth, and our good friend District 5, who represents District 5, I would be hard-pressed to find a physician who gets accepted to do their internship there to turn it down, because that is a prestige school, something New Hampshire is extremely proud of, that they would walk away from that opportunity to not only better themselves, receive the best medical education you can possibly get in the world, just because, oh, well, I'm confused about whether or not abortion is legal in New Hampshire. It's very clear, Mr. President, it is legal. And I would welcome anyone, any man, woman, child, to come here to New Hampshire and experience our wonderful quality of life. And if you're lucky enough to get into Dartmouth, to their medical school, please let me know. We need doctors in our state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Prentice to speak. Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Carson, or my colleague from District 14, it's been a long day. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for the recognition of, the wonderful work and educational opportunities in District 5, including, our only academic medical center, which has a residency program that brings in 4 OBGYN residents a year, and that we hope and that we want to have stay in New Hampshire. And I just for the record, and this really goes into another part of the discussion, but I just want to be clear. I've advocated on behalf of overturning the criminal penalties part of this, and this, although it's not part of this discussion, just so that my colleagues at that academic medical center and in the district know that, because they've come to this building recently and said, we're concerned. We're concerned about the criminal penalties part of this, and that will put us in a position where we're going to have difficulty recruiting obstetrical care providers, because they could be criminalized for doing their job. So thank you for the recognition. I do appreciate the respectful discussion. Literally 2 weeks ago, stood over there with Dr. Lanikas to talk about this in the House. So thank you.
Senator Carson, a question, I believe, of Senator Prentice.
Senator, thank you for taking my question. I hope you understand that if this was to pass, we would be codifying those same criminal penalties in a different section as well. Because that was part of the original, that's part of the bill, and it's still there. The original language.
May I? See, and I thank you, Senator Carson, for the question. And again, I opened up a part of the conversation related to the the 24-week abortion ban and the criminal penalties in there as it relates to the recruitment of obstetrical care providers to the state. So as I understand it, that's not what we'd be doing. That 24-week part, 24 weeks and above stays the same, and the criminal penalties there that stay the same. What leads up to that is the affirmative, I believe we're discussing is the affirmative protection. That's all, and
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. I think we're down to our final speaker, Senator Birdsell.
Mr. President. I know it's been a long day. I will try and be pretty quick. So let me just get this straight. In 2021, we were across the way. We were debating the budget. And in that budget was House Bill, I think it was 625, which is what stands as law today. And we have an identical, and the debate was, it was a strong debate. And what we have now is almost an identical piece of legislation that we are looking to pass, but put it in another chapter. So the language that was used before was in my good friend from District 18, making this one of the most draconian political attacks on women in this country. Very dangerous provisions. They will likely hurt many people if they are enacted. Good friend from District 5. It's an anti-liberty bill. This legislation is an extreme solution to a problem that just doesn't exist in New Hampshire. It will only serve to harm families. It is the extreme nature of this bill that shows us the toxic national debate and zealous pursuit to remove access to safe legal abortion has seeped into New Hampshire Senate. Our District 21. When I look at each of you, it's hard to imagine you would vote to take away my ability to decide what I do with my body. In District 12, this policy takes women backwards, turning their bodies into property. This policy takes women backwards with full legal autonomy. So this is the same piece of legislation that you were touting against, and you're trying to enact it again in another chapter. I don't understand the concept. Now we have another addition, horrifying language in House Bill 625. That's a description of what that language was, but we still have a bill in front of us with the identical language. And I personally don't care what's happening in Texas, Georgia, Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Wyoming. This is New Hampshire. We have 24 weeks to make a decision as a woman, what I want to do with my body. We're not Texas, we're not Wyoming, we're not Georgia. And with regards to the bombing of pregnancy centers, we have Family Resource Center and I heard nothing from anyone up in Littleton when it was disparaged. Nothing. So with that, Mr. President, I am going to support the committee, adopt the committee ITL. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. Now I think we may be on our final speaker, Senator Susi.
Yes, and I will be brief, Mr. President. I think enough has probably been said, but it's very clear that there is a considerable difference of opinion. There's no doubt about it. It's very clear that each one of us comes at this with a very different point of view based on our own personal experience, based on the characteristics of the lives that we lived up to this day. And for my friend from District 19, absolutely, those were quotes, direct quotes from things that were said previously. Previously, we weren't just talking about the 24-week ban. I just want to clarify, those remarks were inclusive of the penalties for physicians. Those remarks were inclusive of ultrasound requirements. Those remarks were inclusive of the lack of an exception for rape or incest. And that's why those remarks were as they were a year ago. A year ago, this might have seemed like a hypothetical, that something like the Dobbs decision was going to happen. It seemed like hyperbole, but it isn't. And here we are today, and yes, we can disagree about whether or not the language is clear. But what we have to always be mindful of is that the intellectual, the political debates that we have on this floor do translate to our constituents. And having gone door to door and campaign, I did hear from constituents, and they weren't clear, and they still aren't clear. And all this bill is doing is trying to make at least a portion of what happened in the budget clear. That's all it's trying to do. And I don't think that it is, you know, in this body, we do get very passionate and have very strong feelings, but I don't think it's misplaced that this is one of the longest debates that we have today, because I think it's an important issue to each and every one of us, and I think it will continue to be an issue for our constituents moving forward. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I will be voting against the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Susi. I believe Senator Ricciardi has a question of...
From District 19. If you'll take my question. Yes. Thank you. So we all know legislature can't find future legislative issues. And so this bill, 181, really doesn't do anything to change New Hampshire's current abortion laws. And this, all it does is restate that New Hampshire's law will still be New Hampshire's law, which could be changed at any time. I spoke with a constituent last night, and she said she was told that this bill would codify Roe v. Wade to prevent any further limits to abortion in New Hampshire. So, would SB 181 do anything to prevent a future legislator from changing New Hampshire abortion laws?
I don't believe so, because if a future legislator, and I could be wrong, Senator District 14 can correct me, but if a future legislature wants to change it, they're just going to change it in both chapters.
Thank you.
The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation. I think we're on our next final speaker, Senator Carson.
Parliamentary inquiry. I have a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President. And if you believe, as I believe, that we have had a great discussion here this afternoon from both sides, and if you believe, as I believe, that Senate Bill 181 is simply restating what's already in law. That's all it's doing. It doesn't do anything else. Would you join me in voting, I think we have inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 181. Thank you, Mr. President.
I believe we have Senator Chandley first for a question of
you, Mr. President.
Of me?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Parliamentary inquiry.
So, if I trust pregnant women to make their own informed, conscientious, rational, medical, and reproductive health care decisions free from government intrusion, would I then vote no on the pending motion?
So to clarify the procedural question, if you're in favor of the pending motion, which is inexpedient to legislate, you would vote yes. If you are not in favor of the pending motion of inexpedient, you would vote no. Are we clear? Are we ready for the question? Senator Susi has requested a roll call. Senator Avard has seconded it. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chandley? No. Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Bradley?
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. Senate Bill 181 is found inexpedient to legislate. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 184, relative to an act relative to the age at which a minor may receive mental health treatment without parental consent. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Although well-intended, Senate Bill 184 would allow a minor, to be ages 16 and 17, to actually get mental health treatment without the consent of the parents. And that's concerning because that would basically exclude the parents from having any involvement in the medical treatment that their child gets. More concerning, and the biggest concern I had, and as a parent, I found this alarming, was after the fact, if you found out your child was getting this mental health treatment, there was nothing you could do as a parent to interfere with that. Whether it was a simple issue of your insurance didn't cover for it, there was no explanation of how the child's going to pay for this uninsured medical treatment. But what it really does is it takes the family outside of the role of being a parent. If you have a child that has a mental health issue the child's suicidal, I'm not sure why the parents would be excluded from that conversation and not have any involvement. It basically, at this point, the child's free to go get whatever mental health treatment they want, and as parents, they have no control of their child. I'm not even clear they could stop the child from going to the doctor, even if it's late at night, and they say, well, you're grounded because you got suspended from school. Well, I have a doctor's mental health appointment, not too bad, I'm leaving. You couldn't stop it. The way that this is really, really problematic for parents. This is not a good policy for the children of New Hampshire or for the parents, and I don't believe this solves any legitimate problem. Thank you, Mr. President. So please join me in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Chandley to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the ITL motion on SB 184 relative to the age at which minors may access mental health services without parental consent. So this bill is, it reminds me a little bit of the discussion we had, I don't know, an hour or more ago on discussing 16 and 17-year-olds with regard, the other bill was a different topic, but we again are discussing 16 and 17-year-olds who really do occupy a different space in many ways from their younger folks and from older folks and from adults. As we know, the rates of mental illness, including depression, anxiety, suicide, and self-harm, particularly among teens, are skyrocketing. The reasons for these are complex and many, and they are beyond the scope of this legislation. But as has been referenced several times in this chamber, there is ample evidence that we are a community in crisis. We must recognize that at this point in their lives, 16 and 17-year-olds can be especially vulnerable to mental illness and mental health challenges. We can also recognize that intervention and treatment can be especially helpful. And we also must recognize that sometimes parents are unwilling or unable to help their children find mental health treatment. This bill addresses that situation. It does three simple things. It's a very short bill. It does three things. It allows minors over the age of 16 to consent to mental health treatment. 2, it explicitly allows licensed providers to treat minors over the age of 16 with that individual's consent. And it requires that parental consent be obtained before any medication can be prescribed. It does not reject or discount the extremely important role that parents play in their children's mental health and well-being. It doesn't denigrate that relationship, but it acknowledges that sometimes a situation warrants allowing teens to access treatment in a timely, effective manner without the consent of their parents. I completely understand the desire of parents to be intimately involved in their kids' health care. Most of us want what is best for our children and will do our level best to get them the care that they need. But what if the adolescent experiencing mental illness is afraid of, embarrassed about, or uncomfortable with speaking to the parent about mental health treatment? Those teens may not receive the care they need in a timely fashion, and they may not receive it at all. And the consequences of not receiving that treatment can be tragic. Delaying treatment in these instances is not acceptable. I want to note that New Hampshire law does make exceptions for other medical treatments without parental consent. Teens may seek reproductive health care and treatment for sexually transmitted diseases without parental consent. They may seek treatment for alcohol misuse and abuse, and for opioid addiction, and for other substance misuse disorders. They may seek and receive that treatment without parental consent. Why would we say you cannot receive mental health treatment? We know that many people who are experiencing substance misuse disorders are doing so in response to a mental health disorder. Why would we not want to treat the problem, the mental illness, prior to it developing into a further or escalating into substance abuse? So, I want to note also that this bill has the support of some of our most trusted experts in the state. Notably, the New Hampshire Child Advocate testified in support of this bill. That office recognizes how very, very important it is for young people who do not want to burden their parents, perhaps, or maybe feel uncomfortable speaking to their parents. That office recognizes that it is important for those young people to be able to access mental health treatment. This in no way suggests that this needs to be done in secret. It is merely done without consent. The person providing the care may well suggest that the parents be brought into the situation. I ask you please to consider the prevalence of mental illness among our youth, the potentially far-reaching and dire consequences of untreated mental illness, and the tremendous benefits of treatment and talk therapy by a licensed professional. Please, please vote against the inexpedient to legislate motion so that another motion can be brought forward. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Chandley. The Senate will be in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. The Senate will come out of recess, please. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 184. I had Senator Gannon to speak.
Speaking.
A question
Both will be
of...
brief. Senator from 11, thank you, my good committee buddy. We heard medical testimony. Tell me if I'm right. I thought we had heard medical testimony saying that it would be best to involve parents and bring them in. But the problem is, under this bill, it was the child's option whether or not, so if they started at age 16, am I correct in thinking that they never have to bring in, and the counselors, I thought, said to us that unless the child asks to bring the parent in, it could be 2 full years of them getting counseling, and the parents have no knowledge. Is that correct? Is my memory serving me well?
Let me make sure I'm understanding correctly.
Sure.
So, the parents do not need to consent. The teen can, according to this bill, the teens would consent to treatment. Now, the testimony we heard from a number of people was that most therapists and counselors and licensed providers, because this is dealing with licensed providers, those licensed providers in most cases would probably encourage family participation. That wasn't a definitive statement because there may be situations arising where that would not be in the best interest of the child's mental health and well-being. But that was certainly what was proposed. The idea was put forth that it would be in the best that most folks would want to involve parents in that process.
Quick follow-up. And again, I think several people said this to us, medical experts on this, said if the child, the whole time, even though they might encourage them to bring the family in, if the child was adamant, no, I don't want my parents involved, or to know, in those cases, they could never bring the parents in, and the parents would never have any knowledge that this was even going on, this counseling.
You are correct in saying that the parents would not be brought in without the child saying that that is okay, in that it was expressed also that confidentiality, the children under the 16 and 17-year-olds need to know that confidentiality is required of the provider in order to get the best services possible.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Gannon.
Very briefly, because you know I get to drive him to ballet class. And I know none of you want to see that. Not my daughters. I could drive them to class. In New Hampshire, we are committed to ensuring parental rights. If passed, this would effectively put a rift between parents and their children. Parents always have to be involved in the children's health care decision. That's the way most adults feel in New Hampshire. I'm a big bear. You just go in my wall and you see I am very proud of my children. I have led them. I can't get them there. We haven't seen a B yet with any of the 4 Gannon children. So I'm doing pretty good, and I want to be involved in their lives. I think if they're going to counseling and I'm not involved, it's a problem because I'm the one I'm there from birth. I care about them. I want these kids to succeed. If they need counseling, I'll be the first. So the average New Hampshire parent should always be involved, should never be cut out of the loop at 16 or 17. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to speak, but I am, and I will do it briefly. We've heard from the sponsor of this bill, the good senator from District 11. She was able to, she recited some of the statutes that allow for 16 and above to receive medical treatment. And although these weren't some of them, sexually transmitted diseases, access to birth control, access to HIV medications are all allowed in statute. I think the real big issue here is about not putting a barrier to care when a high-risk population is looking to access medical treatment. I would hope that this would lead them back to their family for whatever reason they feel like they can't get there. At the point where they get through the door, it's my hope that they would find their way there. But we're already allowing certain carve-outs and providing, removing barriers for serious situations. And if we're concerned in this state, which I hear all the time about, and rightfully so, about the mental health of children, okay, and we should remove a barrier to get at least initial access to this care for them. And then, again, hopefully the parents will be brought in. We also heard they can't get a prescription unless there's parental consent. And I know that that is a big concern. So that's, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the motion of inexpedient. Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. Aye. And opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 249FN, an act relative to the release of defendant pending trial. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 249. This language may look familiar to this body because it did pass this body twice. I believe last term would have been Senate Bill 92, and I want to say 294 or 292 is the other version of it, but they were near identical language. And what this bill would do is you have circumstances where you have people committing, they get arrested, they're let out on bail, they get arrested a second time, they get released, and they keep committing the same offenses. You hear the term catch and release. I don't really like that term, but that's kind of a buzzword that people may hear a lot. What this will do, if you are out on bail and your charge is a felony, a Class A misdemeanor, or drunk driving, so any violations or Class B misdemeanors are otherwise excluded with the exception of drunk driving, and you get released on bail pending your trial, and you get arrested a second time, again, felony, Class A misdemeanor, drunk driving, and then you get arrested now a third time. So now you have 3 open offenses, which all will relatively be in a short period of time. At this point in time, it would create a rebuttable presumption that if you are released prior to your trial, that you will not abide by the conditions of your release, which is to not get arrested and commit any new offenses. So what this would do is then put the burden on the defendant or the person being arrested to now demonstrate why, if they're released now, after the third open case they now have, that they will stop getting arrested for new offenses. And we're not talking about an incident may have predated some of these. We're talking about a new crime that's committed after they're released. The new crime would have to be after the conditions were set, not beforehand. I will say that, and I say this with a lot of confidence and a lot of passion, that there is absolutely no point of having conditions of your release if there's no consequence for not abiding by them. Otherwise, we are wasting our time by even creating the conditions in the first place. New Hampshire is the safest state in the country to live in, but with that being said, we're creating a tremendous burden on our communities, on law enforcement, because we have people committing crimes, whether it's robbery, they're breaking into the vandalism, whatever is happening, they're committing multiple offenses time after time again, and they're being arrested, they're being processed, they go to court, they have these conditions, we're going to release you, here's your conditions, they don't follow them, there's no consequence. Well, that's not working. We're having a lot of repeat offenders, and the police are working very hard, but at the same time, they're turning their tires in the mud unless we address this. So this was something that will address egregious circumstances, and this is a good policy, and I hope you all join me in supporting the ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Chandley to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be very brief here in that I really will ask the body to vote against ought to pass on this motion. We have 3 bills that deal with bail issues, and we will be voting on one after this. But I think that this bill is just, it's not well drafted, and when I look at the changes that this bill makes to what is in statute, I see no improvement, and that, after all, is our goal here. When we want to change existing law, we look to see what the problem is, and will the changes we're making affect a solution to the problem. And as I see it, this this bill before us does not make any changes that we would like to move forward. It is not a positive step, as far as I can tell. The current law says no. The court shall not impose a financial condition that will result in pretrial detention of the person solely as a result of the financial condition, unless the court determines by clear and convincing evidence after a hearing that no reasonable alternative or combination of conditions will assure that the person will not commit a new offense. The court may consider any relevant factors in making its determination. I think what we have now, in combination with some of the other steps we might take, will suffice to make good law in New Hampshire, and I ask you to not support the ought-to-pass motion. Thank you very much.
Senator Susi for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question of the senator from District 22. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I know that we've talked a lot about these issues. We have another one coming up, and it's really, really critical that we try to get these things right. But I want to first note that the language that was cited by the senator from District 11 about financial conditions is completely removed. Would you agree? Financial conditions are no longer a part of what's being considered here.
So slightly yes, slightly no. I'll answer that. I'll make sense of what I just said. So under this exact section, we're amending RSA 597:2, section Roman numeral 3C. And that is what that is dealing with. Is it's not striking cash bail from the books altogether. There's another, the bail chapter is, it's very large. It's very, and that's Senate Bill 92 from last term was really the entire section. So it would have other sections in the chapter. Those are not being changed. In this scenario, if you have a second or third offense, and they don't want to use the financial conditions as a reason why you're not being released. So this is taking that out because this is dealing now with your third offense. The financial conditions are not relevant at this point. It's the fact that you've committed 2 subsequent offenses while being released on bail. Both would amount to violations of your conditions and amounts to the level of offenses as referenced here, the felony, class A misdemeanor, or drunk driving.
Thank you, Senator. Further question, if I may, Mr. President? And my second question is regarding the pretrial detention. And here's the scenario that I'm concerned with. So someone committed first offense, second offense, and then third, relatively short period of time. They are innocent because they have not been proven guilty of the first 2 offenses. But does this suppose that a person could be sitting in jail pending trial for a year, 2? Is it both offenses that have to be adjudicated?
So, thank you for the question. The way this is written, at the very beginning of it, it says, while on release, pending resolution of a previous offense. So that's when this would apply. So if the first case is resolved, whether it goes to trial, it's resolved, that would change that, because then the conditions of your release no longer exist in the first place with that. And again, the innocent until proven guilty, that's the trial standard to convict someone. This says probable cause, and the reason why that language is in there, and I've not this term, but last term when we were wrestling with this, that's the arrest standard. So the arrest standard is probable cause. That's why all you're demonstrating is you're getting arrested for these charges. And that's why it says probable cause. So here, you're being held. I know you haven't been convicted, you're innocent until proven guilty, but again, the violation of conditions is a lower standard.
And I thank you, if I may, Mr. President. And I understand what you're saying about the different standards, obviously, for arrest versus conviction. But it would seem to me that the way this is drafted, someone who has been arrested, released, arrested again, released, upon being arrested the third time, would be detained and would be sitting in jail or prison pending whatever the resolution is of that first and/or second offense. So the duration of time could be fairly extraordinary.
Well, first of all, you have a right to a speedy trial, so if it goes on for 2 years, I hope that their attorney raises that argument, because it should work in that case, especially if they're being held, unless they waive that right. But for this to be invoked, it's the first offense, and then what takes into consideration the second and third. When the first offense is resolved, the second and third, you have to have them all simultaneous. So resolving the first would resolve, they would be released, unless they're being held separately for another reason under other offenses.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Altschiller for a question of?
Thank you. Question for my colleague from 22. That's right, I'm bored, -2. Thank you. So, you know that I am I've supported this type of legislation in the past, and am and having just a little bit of question somewhat with regards to what the previous senator was asking about. And my question is, to clarify, both the first and the second offense have to be adjudicated before bail can be reconsidered. And can you be released between adjudicating the second and third offense, or is it up until the third? It's just a little confusing the way it's written. I'm trying to get there.
So three-part answer. First of all,
Thank you.
if you don't have conditions of your release, if you don't have pending the resolution of an offense, if that offense has been resolved. So therefore, you only need to resolve the first one, because that offense that invoked this is now gone. Now, this is not a guarantee that that person will actually be held. It just puts the burden on the defendant now to demonstrate, well, if you were to be released, prove to us, the court, that you will abide by the conditions of your release by not committing now a fourth offense that qualifies under here. There is a procedure for that in the bail chapter. It's not stated in the bill as drafted, but that part's not being changed. So there are circumstances where one can present an argument. We would need a fact pattern to map it out, but you could actually argue why and overcome that presumption. So it's not an absolute guarantee that they're held. It shifts the burden from the state to the defendant.
May I ask a follow-up? Thank you, Mr. President. Following up on that statement, I'm looking at lines 14 and 15, and it says the person shall be detained. So you just said that they might not have to be. What do you mean?
It says, well, they shall be detained based on the rebuttable presumption that they will not abide by the conditions.
Right, and the rebuttable presumption comes from the third arrest.
It's the fact that they've now failed to abide by the conditions of their release on 2 occasions. But in the bail chapter, there are provisions where you can then challenge that presumption. It's just that the burden to challenge that would be on the defendant, not the state, to have to demonstrate why they believe that they won't abide by the conditions. And the reason why that burden shifts is that it's a fair presumption to make that if you continually fail to abide by them, that you're not going to abide by them if released.
Last follow-up. So I think to make this more clear, would it not be appropriate to reference that other piece of the statute about bail?
And thank you for your question. So in theory, referencing it wouldn't be necessary, because when you look at the whole book together on the chapter, it will be in that same chapter on how to do that. So it's not referenced specifically, but if you go to the bail chapter, there is a procedure to do it.
Thank you.
Senator Gray for a question of?
The senator from District 22.
Senator Abbas.
the word rebuttable is what I was going to ask the question about. And I think it goes to the question from Senator in District 18 and the Senator from District 24, is the person's ability to present evidence to the court of why this particular chapter would not apply to him because of the nature of the offense or special circumstances or whatever, and therefore that person, after presenting that evidence, would be able to be released because of the rebuttal that they present.
That would be the goal, and the existing law has the same rebuttable presumption language in there. It just doesn't explain, the law's not clear under the law today is what would happen. So the presumption now shifts to the defendant, but it doesn't say what happens to that person. It implies that they should be held, but it doesn't actually say that, and that's why this is being applied differently. This would make it much clearer how it would work, but you're correct, there is an opportunity to challenge the rebuttable presumption.
A follow-up question, if I may. Going back to the senator from District 21, so that if someone is being held and they have had this opportunity to present to the court the reasons why they should not be held and should have been released or should be released, then that would be taken care of, and it would be the court's decision that their rebuttal is not sufficient.
That's correct, but they are also held and brought before the court to make that presentation.
Senator Prentice for a question.
I have a question of the good senator from District 21. No, 22. 22, okay. So don't sit back down, this is quick. My question for you is, in here it talks about previous offenses. And are these different offenses? I mean, I'm most concerned about someone who's under the influence, who is offending multiple times, and the risk that they put the public at, okay? So is this all DWI, or could it be, could it be a different offense each way?
So it has to be, when I say offenses, there's 3 separate incidents. So if you're drinking and driving, and you have something else in your vehicle that shouldn't be there, that's still one offense. So you have to have 3. And one of the inspirations for this was actually DWIs. You had someone be in, it's an unfortunate situation, but they were arrested 5 times for 5 different cases in a 2-month time period. And the phone call I got, it was someone outside of my district, was it's not the issue of the penalty for drunk driving, it's the bail. That person's continuously being released and posing a threat to public safety, but each one is charged as a first offense because you haven't been convicted yet.
Okay.
So that's why the person's getting out, and that's one of the reasons why having drunk driving in here, I believe, is a good policy.
Okay, thank you, the good senator from 22.
Senator Carson for a question.
Yes. Of the good senator from District 22. I got it right. Senator, the way that I'm reading this statute, to me it's very clear. You have someone that commits an offense, am I correct? First offense. They go out on bail. Most times there's some sort of condition imposed on that bail. Okay? But while they're out on bail for the first offense, they now do something else that they find themselves going back to court for. Okay, they go back out on bail, and hopefully by that time, if they didn't have conditions for the first offense, they will have those conditions for the second offense. But now you have somebody who's out, who's been given 2 chances. Now they have offended again, and they on their 3rd time. And that's where the language kicks in about, well, we're not going to let you go, because you've had 2 opportunities to be out on bail, to behave yourself, to do the right thing, and you have chosen not to abide by those bail conditions. And we've heard time and time again, Senator, and I don't know if you have, that people that are out on bail violate the bail. And then they go back and they let them out again, and it goes back and forth and back and forth. So am I right in my interpretation of this statute, of your proposed statute?
Yes, with just one small exception. And at least in my 13-plus years of practicing law, I've never heard of a circumstance where someone's released pending a trial and did not have a condition of their release that did not commit a new offense. I've never heard of it. I suppose it could happen, but if anyone else wants to give me an example of that happen, I'll be glad to listen to it. And I've sat and watched many arraignment sessions, more than I can count, never seen it.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Lang has a question.
For the senator from Senator District 22. So having been a police officer for over a decade and having put people on bail conditions of various nature, isn't it true that within a short period of time, that person must go in front of for arraignment in front of a judge? So no one will be held for any extended period of time, because if you're arrested, incarcerated, and awaiting arraignment, your arraignment was in 30 to 45 days, maximum. So at least you'll be in front of a judge to explain and maybe potentially get released.
Thank you for the question. I think the issue of being in front of a judge that's coming up with Senate Bill 252. In this case, if you're brought in front of a judge or a bail commission, whatever's happening, the idea is you still have the conditions of your release. What's happening if you go in front of a bail commissioner and you're released, the practice is people normally waive their arraignment at that point. So they're not necessarily going in front of a judge, but a condition of the release, again, is going to be don't commit any new offenses. So the idea is on the third one, that you're now being held. If you want to now challenge that rebuttable presumption, that would be in front of a judge, and there's a time frame to do it. It would actually be shorter than 45 days if you chose to schedule a said hearing.
Thank you.
Senator Carson to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we need to remember one thing when we're talking about these bail reform bills, is that it's our responsibility here to ensure public safety. And what this bill really does is it's after a third offense, it seems likely that the suspect has no regard for the law or the terms of their bail. They're most likely to continue to commit additional criminal acts after their arrest. And again, Mr. President, I would like to remind everyone, this bill does not take away bail. It does not prevent anyone from getting bail. It is allowing a judge to make the determination based on reasonable evidence that the person in question will not abide by terms of their bail and is a repeat offender. And that is shown by their very own actions. Their very own actions. So I ask, Mr. President, that the body join with the majority of the Judiciary Committee and vote ought to pass on Senate Bill 249. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? I believe Senator Carson has asked for a roll call. Is that seconded? Seconded by Senator Birdsell. We have a couple of folks missing. What was that? I don't know, Senator Waters. With those shoes, we can find you just about anywhere. They're awesome. All right. The roll call was requested. It was seconded. The clerk will call the roll on Senate Bill 249.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes? Was it yes?
Oh, I didn't hear.
Thank
it.
you.
Okay. And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 16-8. Senate Bill 249 passes and is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Questioning something, I don't know.
Mr. President, could you repeat the total for the vote?
Can I have the roll call, please? There you go.
The call of the roll was 16 in favor and 8 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Is that correct?
Okay.
Senator Susi was keeping better track of it than I was. Okay, the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 252 FN, an act relative to the release of defendant pending trial. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-1. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 252 FN ought to pass. This bill would list certain offenses which, if committed by the defendant, would create a presumption that a defendant is a danger to the public and shall be detained for up to 36 hours. Bail issues have continued to plague our communities ever since the 2018 bail reform laws were enacted. This bill would identify specific violent crimes and require that each person go before a judge for consideration of the bail. We must protect the citizens of our state, as currently there are victims living in fear as their perpetrators are out on bail when they should not be. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 252 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Susi to Senator Carson to continue.
I just figured if I'd just continue on. Thank you, Mr. President. We passed the bail reform law in 2018, and within months we started hearing from our local police departments about issues that were happening. And I want to applaud the Manchester Police Department, and their chief is here today. They did a 12-month study of crime prior to the passage of the bail reform laws, and then a 12-month study after the passage. And despite crime being down overall, I think that that's a simplification of what our communities are actually experiencing. This is because different crimes cause different harms. This is why it is important to drill down to certain crime types to understand true changes in crime since bail reform began. In Manchester alone, we have seen simple assaults increase 6%. Thefts from buildings increase 145%. Theft from motor vehicles increased by 16%. Theft of motor vehicle parts and accessories, such as catalytic converters, increased 38%. Credit card fraud increased by 15%. Our highest priority is violent crime, and a key indicator we assess is gun crime. Since bail reform began, gun crime in Manchester is up 10% and was up 40% in 2022. Gunfire incidents, shootings, is up 18% since bail reform began, and it was up 21% for the year of 2022. Fortunately, our relentless efforts on this problem is starting to see some success, and they have been able to reduce non-fatal shootings by about 40% in 2022. It is no coincidence that these increases have occurred since bail reform began. The lack of ability to hold prolific offenders pending their trials increase reoffending and absolutely makes our communities less safe. The type of reoffending we are seeing in Manchester is alarming. From April to December, we documented over 700 arrests where the arrestee was out on bail for a prior offense. 9 were arrested for robbery while out on bail. 9 were arrested for burglary while out on bail. 32 were arrested for weapons offenses while out on bail. 18 were arrested for aggravated assault, and 1 was arrested for murder while out on bail. I think, Mr. President, and again, I'd like to thank the Manchester Police Department for giving us those statistics. We need to seriously look at our bail reform law, and I would like to thank both the senator from District 22 and the senator from District 18 for tackling this issue together on 2 separate pieces of legislation. But we have bipartisan work being done on this because we all agree that we have to fix these laws. They're not working. And we are letting violent criminals back out on the streets to reoffend. We have the responsibility to have safe communities, and we need to step up and we need to pass this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Abbas to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. And again, this language may look similar to this body because it also passed last term. But I want to just explain a few things. But this is no way a criticism on bail commissioners. That's a misconception. What we're dealing with, when we're talking violent crimes, the victim is a person. We're not talking about crimes where someone breaks your mailbox or breaks into your car. We're talking the victim is a person. Felony level offenses and domestic violence. It also, the non-violent offenses listed, we're talking about sex crimes against children. We're talking about, these are high level offenses. And in these circumstances, there's 12 offenses listed. What would happen is you will be brought before a judge, not a bail commissioner. You will be held, it has to be within 24 to 36 hours. If it's the weekend, well, the court's aren't open on the weekend. What this would do, you'll be brought in first thing Monday morning, if it's not a holiday. Once the court's open, you're going to be brought in. That's what this does. And this isn't rolling back or repealing the prior bail reform efforts. This is an attempt to deal with some of the most egregious unintended consequences of bail reform from a few years back. One example is there was a woman who was a victim of domestic violence, and the person who abused her was let out of jail, released after going before a bail commissioner in about 2 hours, then went to her house, broke into her house, and then sexually assaulted her in front of a family member. That's what, these type of scenarios, we have a violent person, that's what we're trying to address. The person will then go in front of a judge, and they still have an opportunity to make their claim for bail. The state has the opportunity at that point to ask that they be held if they can demonstrate that they're a threat to public safety. Under the existing law today, under the bail reform, if the bail commissioner released the person, yes, the state can actually ask that that person be held on they call them dangerousness hearings. The problem is the person's already been released. So if the person is such a danger, they've been released before the court even made that determination of whether there's a significant public safety concern. That's a hole in our law right now. This would also fix that. So this is a good policy. Public safety is important, and I can't stress that enough, that this is a good bill. I hope you all join me in supporting the motion about to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Susi to speak.
Mr. President, I too rise in support of this legislation. I want to hearken back to something that my colleague from District 12 said earlier today. We deal with big issues, and we deal with them in a bipartisan way. And when we're thoughtful about how we deal with them, sometimes people are on one side, sometimes they're on the other. But as we continue to work through these issues, right, we have to get to the right place. And I think with bail reform, what we are trying to do here today is get to the right place. Bail reform that occurred in 2018 originally, I was a part of it, I supported it, and I have all of these papers before me because I have files about this thick. Because from the time of its inception, we've continued to meet and to grapple with this issue to ensure that we get it right. And the reason it's so hard to get right is that we're balancing. We're balancing the interests of an individual who's been accused but who hasn't been convicted, but we're balancing that with the safety of the public. And that's been a tough nut to crack. What made it so very hard, and what I don't think many of us, when we initially adopted some of the provisions of bail reform, realized, was our system. and the way our system works. And I too do not want to in any way disparage bail commissioners. They have a tough job, they're not compensated well, but they also don't have training requirements. They don't have consistent application of bail conditions from one county to the next, from one courthouse to the next. That's been really hard. And, you know, in a place like Manchester, the volume of cases that the chief, that the court system is dealing with can be extraordinary. Some days, really, really weighty. And that's why it's so important that we have to get this right. There are other bills. There are bills to do a magistrate system. That's something we may want to consider. There's certainly going to be the budget where we have to consider the resources the judicial branch needs when we're administering laws like this. But all of that is sort of the context for what this bill is trying to do, which is simply to say, for the offenses delineated, someone has to wait to go before a judge. And a judge has to be the determiner of what bail will be and what the conditions will be. And, you know, I've been at this for a while. Domestic violence is something that is, to me, an extraordinary issue that we all should, and all of the offenses are very significant. But I bring up the crime of domestic violence because I sponsored the law, but more importantly, because I think the system in place currently in a lot of places, I know for a fact in Manchester, has deterred some people from reporting crime because of their fear that they won't be able, victims won't be able to protect themselves if the alleged perpetrator is released, sometimes within hours. And a system that discourages victims is a system that we need to address. And that's really one of the biggest reasons that I sponsored this legislation. Now, I have an enormous amount of respect for some of the people that oppose my bill. They're very learned people. We had a very stimulating and intellectual discussion about what the law should be. But I think what we really need to be considering is not the statistics, is not the data. We need to consider it, but our primary focus needs to be victims. They're not anecdotes. You know, oftentimes some of the stories that have been told are just anecdotes. That's just one example. That's just another. But every one of those anecdotes is a person. And every one of those people is a victim. And whether or not somebody is ultimately convicted, that's up to a court to decide. But in the very short term, we need to be mindful of victims. And that's the reason I sponsored this law. That's the reason I hope you will join me in supporting the ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. I believe we're on our final speaker, Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the ought to pass motion of SB 252, and I want to sort of clarify and explain my opposition, because I too have enormous respect for everyone who has worked on this bill and grappled with it and tried to make it work. And I think it's a worthy effort because the public safety of our communities, our children, of course, have always been a priority of mine. So what this bill would do would mandate the incarceration of people charged with these 13 offenses, right? And what we're talking about, and I just want to ground us in, we're talking about this prior to arraignment, right? This is a pretrial, prior to arraignment pretrial. And that's regardless of any individual assessment of whether the individual posed a danger to the community or was a flight risk, right? It's an automatic situation for some folks. So and I sit on the Judiciary Committee, and we have heard testimony, you know, significant testimony from people who really do care deeply about this issue on both sides. And what I have heard time and time again is that it's actually not the statute itself that is the problem. What is the problem is the lack of pretrial services. It's the lack of training, as my friend from District 18 identified. It's a problem with the administration of the statute, not using the tools that are in the statute, and infrastructure. Those are the problems that I heard identified in committee for now almost 3 years. And that's what I think we should be addressing, and why I remain uncomfortable supporting this particular policy, because I don't think it addresses the pretrial services, the training, the administration, the infrastructure. All these myriad of issues that we have heard are actually the problem. And the reason why I remain uncomfortable supporting this policy is this automatic incarceration for several days, right? If someone is arrested Friday, that means they are subject to automatic incarceration for several days prior to arraignment, right? But we're not solving the underlying problems that have been identified so much in our committee. I want to reiterate again, the issues related to public safety are very, very real, and I have so much respect for the people that are putting their lives at risk every single day to protect our communities. As this body knows, Mr. President, I have spent my entire career, both before I became a senator and in this body, protecting our most vulnerable Granite Staters. These are the people that I care for the most and that I bring, their voice I bring to the State House. But when the state is removing someone's freedom, we have to think long and hard that we're doing it correctly, that we are striking that balance, which I fully agree we are trying to achieve, as my friend from District 18, that we're striking that balance. So my concern with this particular bill is that it will likely sweep in and incarcerate folks pre-trial whose charges will eventually be dropped and who will later be proven innocent. We are sweeping those folks in with this broad policy. I'm also concerned, I have to point out, about the collateral harm of automatic incarceration for these folks, losing jobs, leaving their families, and the fact that we have heard significant concerns that this will disproportionately impact our communities of color. We have to recognize that. So again, it remains clear to me from the testimony that the issue is not with the statute itself. It's with the implementation and the administration. I want to say very clearly that dangerous individuals should not be released. But this bill is not the solution to that problem. Current law, as it stands right now, already provides a mechanism to hold people who are dangerous. And further, current law already allows a prosecutor to challenge a bail order that they disagree with. Why aren't those tools being utilized? That is the real problem that needs to be fixed, and I can't support this bill because we're not solving the crux of the issue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Handley to speak.
Support of the ought to pass motion on SB 252. On the previous bill, I mentioned that I believe that our duty as legislators is to craft solutions to the problems that are described to us. I believe that this bill may, in part, address the problem described. It is a solution to the problem we have heard exists. But I also believe that it may not address all of the factors that are at play, including, as the senator from District 15 said, infrastructure, training, staffing. So I hope that we will pass this bill and it will find its way eventually to the governor and become law. But when that happens, I also hope that we continue to follow this issue, to evaluate and analyze, is this the right thing to do and is it working, and do we need to do more? So with that, I hope that you will join me in voting ought to pass on SB 252. Thank you.
Senator Chanley, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass. Are we ready for the question? Roll call's been requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator Avard. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy,
Yes.
Senator Pearl,
Yes.
Senator Susie,
Yes.
Senator Birdsell,
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro,
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka,
No.
Senator Abbas,
Yes.
Senator Gannon,
Yes.
Senator Altshuler,
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes, I believe the ayes have it 21-3. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and ordered to the Committee on Finance. Good job, Judiciary. All right. Now we'll move to Ways and Means. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 262L, an act allowing municipalities to collect an occupancy fee from operators of local room and rentals. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4-1. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 262, inexpedient to legislate. This bill sought to allow municipalities to impose an occupancy fee of up to $2 per night on room rentals. Last week, a number of folks in this body traveled. Baggage fees, seat fees. If you go to a concert, you get a convenience fee. And if you come to New Hampshire and this bill passes, you get an occupancy fee. And what's ironic in all of this is that just a week, a few weeks ago, President Biden talked about junk fees and wanting to take care of those and get rid of them. And here we are considering a junk fee. And that's what this is. This is simply a money grab by towns. And they're trying to add a fee that will annoy travelers to our state, people that we need and rely on. And we all know when we check into a hotel how annoyed we are when we see the fee for internet access and parking. And as you may know, I spent some time in this business as an owner. We never charge junk fees. And there's a reason that we didn't put those fees on, because it annoyed our guests and it made them not want to come back. So we learned, don't give them a junk fee. We want them coming back. It's only $2, they'll say. Not a big deal. No, maybe not, but it is an annoyance. It's like that little black fly you just can't get rid of. And every night you pay the $2. Where does this end? It's a nose under the tent. Next time it'll be 3, then 5, then 10, and then we'll base it on a percentage of the room rate. I think this is something that we just shouldn't do. It's not good for our state's economy because it will discourage people from coming here. Small fee, but annoying. Let's just keep it clean. Keep the junk fees out. Let's do what President Biden said. Keep it clean, keep it simple, and avoid the junk fees. I ask this body to please support the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gee, I feel like I've spent more time on my feet. I'm the Senator Ricciardi of this week than I had expected to be. But I do need to respond to this. So this is enabling legislation, so communities have a choice. First of all, I rise in opposition to the inexpedient to legislate, and I'm going to explain why. This is enabling legislation, so communities have the choice of whether they want to do this or not. And if we trust our local communities to do their jobs, then we should let them make this decision, like we've let them vote on whether they want to have Keno, whether they want to have exemptions for solar, for the elderly, for veterans, tax exemptions. We've had these conversations. We've allowed communities to make these decisions. Some do, some don't. But here's the issue. In the city of Lebanon, where I come from, we've been dealing with this for years. In fact, I didn't bring this back. And when I was a mayor, I had been in this body, not in the Senate, but I had been over in the House, testifying in a year when we actually were able to pass this in the House, but not in the Senate. Lebanon continues to come to the table on this because we are a regional hub. It's just the nature of who we are and what has happened. And there's no way to go back, and our city is wonderful, but we have 13,000 people who put their heads on pillows every night that live in our city. During the day, the state's largest employer as well as a number of great businesses have employees and customers that come into our city, and we almost triple our, we almost triple the number of folks that are in the city. Now they are eating, they are drinking, they are renting rooms, they are buying products, and we don't discourage that. Over the years, there's been considerable downshifting from the state of New Hampshire to local communities, and my first year as a city councilor, $386,000, and I might be off by a few dollars, was shifted down to us to absorb into our budget based on changes to the retirement system. And for a community like ours, again, it was a significant hit, and we have seen that happen time and time again. Now, I will cite the wisdom of this body in the last few years has brought some revenue from the state to our cities and our towns that was well needed. Senator Ricciardi's meals and rooms with the revenue sharing that came back, we have used that, we appreciate it, but it has not moved our tax rate very much, but still, we have that so we don't have to grab from someplace else. We saw last year that we voted on I think it was 7.5% of a state contribution to the retirement system, so the local communities didn't have to pay that. Again, welcomed. But if for years and years and years you didn't have those things, then you're starting from behind the 8 ball. So quite simply, I believe our local officials actually do know how to budget. And statements to the contrary, are pretty difficult given, again, that we are the ones that live there and do this work. And lastly, I'll say, I spent a number of years traveling for not just the job that I'm in with the American Trauma Society, but prior to that, I worked for an interstate compact, and I mostly traveled to state capitals. And when I got there, maybe there were parking fees. Maybe there were parking fees. I was usually irritated by actually what I had to pay at the airport. But almost and I started saying, just because I don't want to carry my bag on, I have to pay $30. But I kept a number of the bills or the receipts from those hotels that I stayed at because they had occupancy fees that were actually, they had occupancy fees, and I would ask, what am I paying this for? It's going for a recreation fund so we can have a greenway or, a rail trail through our community. We're using this to help fund police, fire, and EMS. Most of the people I talked to could tell me why. So as I wrap this back around to leave, I want to say, this is enabling legislation. Let's let communities make this decision. Let's let the communities that know themselves the best and have actually been bearing some costs without relief that they've now gotten, thankfully, actually put themselves in an even better position if they choose to do that. And I know we've heard today that just because other states do it doesn't mean we should. Okay, whatever. But I don't see, respectfully, $1 to $2, I don't see that in being a lot. And if it is able to come back to a city like Lebanon and help us offset the costs for police, fire, EMS infrastructure, whatever it might be, that is something that we really need. So I'm thankful that this was introduced. I didn't know that I'd have the opportunity to speak on it, so I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise against the motion of inexpedient to legislate. It seems to me that we always talk about home rule and how wonderful it is that in New Hampshire we support home rule. So the mayor of Portsmouth comes and asks us, can we put this fee on? And what do we say? No. Go home. Senator Innes sends him home with Zenzanina, with nothing. Nothing but what? Aggravation. He gets out of them. What? The mayor says, I need this. And guess what? If you allow this, we will ask the people to vote on it. We'll ask the people to vote whether they want it or not. kind of American, isn't it? Kind of democratic. We ask the people to vote. The real people, all of the people in the community, not the 24 here, but the family, la familia, the whole bunch. And we're opposed to it. Portsmouth, for example, police, fire, all of the amenities that go with keeping the city safe, keeping the city clean, et cetera, just spent an additional $70 million to improve their waste treatment facility. I mean, there are expenses that the communities accept. And they ask us, can we do this? And we say no. Hey, we refused Concord the ability to add onto their registration fee so that they could help with parking. We refused that. In Manchester, we have it, and we use it in Manchester to take care of our parking garage and to take care of our parking facilities. So I ask my colleagues, what's wrong with allowing people to make decisions? What's wrong with saying to the people of Portsmouth or the people of Lebanon, or anybody, do you want this? Is that non-democratic to ask? I don't think so. And by doing this repeatedly, over and over again, we just put our foot on home rule and we stomp it. We say we have it, but we really don't. So I ask my colleagues, out of the goodness of their souls, to vote for this option. Give the communities the option to present to their constituency whether or not they want to accept this. Now, Mr. President, that's all I can give you today. But I'll work on it tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. I would next recognize Senator Perkins-Quokka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, my good colleague from District 20 here has represented Portsmouth well, so I won't rehash those points. But, you know, I note the comments of my colleague from District 7, and he talks about a little annoyance on our hotel bill. But, you know, what's not a little annoyance is our $138 million municipal budget in Portsmouth. And, you know, there are folks who come and walk on our brick sidewalks and drive on our roads and require upgrades to our sewer and water. So while it may be $2, the average hotel bill in Portsmouth these days is around $400. And so I would argue that this is the New Hampshire way. What's the difference between these $2 being on someone's hotel bill for one night and the Hampton tolls, which I think are now $2? Since I was a little girl, we've been inviting people into the state, and we ask them to leave a little bit of their money here. We do it through room and meals tax. We do it through our tolls. This is just one more way we give our municipalities a tool so that they contribute to the cost of the services that they are using. Thank you.
Senator Altschiller to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the inexpedient to legislate motion on Senate Bill 262, which allows municipalities to collect an occupancy from operators of local hotel rooms. To be clear, this is an enabling legislation to create a tool for our cities and towns to give them an option to add an occupancy of up to $2. It's not a flat $2, it's up to $2 for rooms that cost more than $40 a night. They can choose not to do this. They can put it to their voters to do it. It gives our cities and towns a choice. In fact, in the legislation, I draw your attention to line 17, part 3. The revenues collected shall be deposited in a capital reserve fund, tourism support fund, revolving fund, or other special revenue fund as may be authorized. Such funds shall be used to augment funding for the cost of municipal services associated with the increase in tourism and transient traffic. So it's an option for cities and towns. No one's obligated to do it. My district has a plethora of hotels, motels, bed and breakfasts, inns, and Airbnbs. The town of Hampton commissioned a report to evaluate their fire department, and that report revealed a lot of interesting information. And it notes that the full-time resident population of the town of Hampton is 15,500 people. And for 4 months a year, it increases to 150,000 people. The fire department, though, is staffed based on the other 8 months because the people of Hampton pay for that. They could use the financial assistance to recruit and retain staff for those busy months. And the same goes for the police department. Our Hampton Police Department was starved for people and really trying and couldn't make up the difference and needed extra funds to pay for their staff. The same goes for our municipal waste. In order to make use of the provisions in Senate Bill 262, any town has to add a question to their ballot. They have to ask at town meeting and bring this up on the warrant, asking their townspeople if they even want to enact this fee for their hotels, motels, inns, or Airbnb stays to offset the costs of the tourists. And only if it passes a ballot measure can they do it. Hampton and Exeter may very well want to put this option out to the voters, and the town of Conway may decide it's not for them. It's a choice. Portsmouth might want to do it, Wolfboro might want to do it, and Pittsburgh might take a pass. It's a choice for the ballot box. The ballot question could have a question that asks for 75 cents a head, that sunsets in 3 years, specifically used to cover the cost of extra law enforcement needs during the peak season, or for more frequent trash pickup during tourist-focused festivals, or for additional equipment for the EMTs. It's their choice. That's the point. This enabling legislation lets your city or town who generate far more revenue for the state in meals and rooms taxes than they receive back to recoup a little. Their municipal tax investments make up the difference that they want to access this voluntary, voter-determined, hyper-local tool used to generate the revenue necessary to meet these needs. So please, I encourage my colleagues to overturn the committee position so another motion can be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Altshuler. I believe we are on our last speaker, Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues, for taking my testimony. So on this bill, the interesting part is to do the great work the senator from District 9, who happened to step out of the room. We saw all our municipalities, every single one of ours saw an increase in revenue due to the rooms and meals tax, which is a tourism tax. It's a tax on our tourists that come here that create revenue for our towns and cities. Directly to so last year, we heard testimony from the mayor of Portsmouth who came in and said, we want more money. But when I asked him what he did with the $1.3 million in new money that we gave them to help them through the rooms and meals tax, he had no answer. No answer whatsoever as to what they did with new $1.3 million in taxation that was given back to the community as part of what the state collects. I think it's the state's role to make sure that our tourism is beautiful, our state is beautiful for tourism, and that it's cheap to be here. Creating a new tourism tax is a really bad idea. It'll make it more expensive to visit our state, and I urge you to support the ITL motion.
Senator Innes for a question of?
The senator from District 21, please. Thank you for taking my question. I wonder, has the city of Portsmouth been able to quantify the increased costs from hotel guests in the city?
To quantify them specifically, no, but we do have a substantial capital improvement program, which I'm sure you're aware of. And, through that program, we pay for regular maintenance to our sidewalks and roads, which our tourists benefit from.
Has the city of Portsmouth been able to quantify the amount of property tax that's paid by hotels in the city?
Another good question. I do know our total city valuation, but I don't know that specifically assigned to hotels. However, I would like to point out, once again, that this fee would mostly be paid, in Portsmouth's case, by folks from out of state.
Yes, it would. That's correct.
Yes.
And would you believe, Senator, that in 11 years of owning hotels and inns in and around the city of Portsmouth, there was one police call at our properties in 11 years?
I would believe that. In Portsmouth, we do benefit from a pretty low crime rate. We have, I think, 66 officers on staff, but I would argue that that's only part of the cost that is incurred in the tourism industry. But I appreciate your point.
Thank you very much, Senator, for
Thank
taking my
you.
questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Are we ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. We'll now go to the bills removed from consent. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 219 FNL, an act relative to salary floor for public school teachers. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 5-0. Senator Prentice for the committee.
Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, Senate Bill 219. So I bring forward the committee's unanimous recommendation on inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 219. This bill establishes a salary floor for educators in relation to certain administrative wages. The bill mandates that public school teachers may not be paid below the prescribed salary floor if the district in question has more than one assistant superintendent or employs a diversity, equity, and inclusion professional. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Senator Carson to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask the body to say no to the inexpedient to legislate so that a different motion can be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. If you're in favor of the inexpedient, you would say aye. If you are opposed, you would say no. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes have it. Senator Carson is recognized for a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 219 be re-referred back to the committee.
Question is on the adoption of the recommendation of re-refer on Senate Bill 219. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of re-refer to committee is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 105 FN, an act relative to information collected by the Division of Vital Records Administration as part of the live birth worksheet. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Perkins-Quokka for the committee.
Senator Perkins-Quokka.
Thank you, Mr. President. As introduced, SB 105 FN removes the possibility of violation or criminal penalty if certain information on a live birth worksheet are omitted. This bill requires that the mother affirmatively consents to the inclusion of certain identifiable health information on the live birth worksheet. SB 105 FN comes from a study committee in 2022 under SB 454, where the committee found that omitting certain information on the live birth worksheet is a felony.
Thank you very much, Senator Perkins-Quokka. Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to provide some information that recently came to light for this bill. I certainly support privacy for mothers. I certainly support the removal of criminal penalties. But what I am a little bit concerned with is information that I received from the Department of Health and Human Services that potentially an unintended consequence of how this bill is written, that it could potentially lead to approximately $8 million in federal grants received by the department, that those could be placed in jeopardy. And I'm concerned, and the reason why is that this makes a change to how this data is gathered. I don't think anyone in this body wants to see this funding at jeopardy, and I just want to, lay out what kind of funding we're talking about might be in jeopardy. We're talking about the state CDC pregnancy risk assessment monitoring system, the state CDC's preventing maternal deaths through the Maternity Mortality Review Committee. We're talking about the Health Resources and Services Administration's Title 10 block grant activities. We're talking about the Maternal and Child Health Systems Development Initiative. We're talking about maternal, infant, and early childhood home visiting. And we're talking about Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act programming. Unfortunately, the way that this bill was drafted, it would not enable the state to gather important information in a way to be able to support getting this federal funding. This is federal funding that supports our neediest moms and our neediest children. And I think with this body doing incredible work this year on maternal health, on infant health, I really hope that we consider, looking at this bill again, because we certainly do not want to put that funding in jeopardy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in support of the ought to pass motion. So when a woman gives birth in New Hampshire, the Division of Vital Records in the Secretary of State's office collects the information needed to issue a birth certificate. However, the form the mother is required to fill out for the birth certificate also forces her to divulge some very personal information to the Secretary of State, such as how much did she smoke while she was pregnant? How much alcohol did she drink? Even how much did she weigh before she got pregnant? And the form tells her that it is a Class B felony to lie. As if this is not intrusive enough, days or weeks after the mother goes home, the hospital or birthing center sends out more identifiable, confidential health information directly from the mother and the baby's medical records to the Division of Vital Records without her permission and most likely without even telling her. This information sent by the hospital or birthing center to the Secretary of State's office includes when was the mother's last period? Does she have a sexually transmitted disease? Is she breastfeeding? Did she have fertility treatments or other assistive reproductive technologies? Was it a vaginal birth? And many other personal questions about her specific medical and social history. State law in 332I has long made clear that the information in someone's medical record belongs to that person. The provider owns the physical record, but the individual owns what's in it. Furthermore, 5 years ago, the New Hampshire Constitution was amended to include that granite staters have the right to be free from governmental intrusion in private or personal information. providers that release a patient's medical information, not for the HIPAA purposes of treatment, payment, or certain other essential healthcare operations, without that person's consent, are violating 332I and, I believe, the Constitution. We should be further concerned about both the invasion of privacy and also the security of this medical information released to the Division of Vital Records, because the Secretary of State's office is not covered by HIPAA. I would like to ask my male colleagues to imagine for a moment, what if you had a sexually transmitted disease? Or what if you had erectile dysfunction? Or perhaps an enlarged prostate leading to frequent urination? And this information, with your identity attached to it, was disclosed to the Secretary of State without your permission or even your knowledge. And then, in the possible event of a breach, there were not even the protections of HIPAA. I don't think you would find this acceptable. Might be wrong, but I don't think so. But that, Mr. President, is the situation that the women of New Hampshire are in. So Senate Bill 105 aims to rectify that by, first, decriminalizing the worksheets the mother fills out, so it's not any longer a felony to take a few pounds off your pre-pregnancy weight, and also give the mother the opportunity to opt out of having the hospital release her medical history to the Secretary of State. We know that opt-out rates are really low, between 1% and 3%. So most people will not opt out. And I have to say, I recognize that this information is used in de-identified form by Health and Human Services for important public health programming, as my friend from District 15 pointed out. And the state does get federal grants for sharing aggregate data with the federal government. Some of this money will be at risk, but if this bill passes, it will go to the Finance Committee, and we will look at it. When we were in the study committee, and boy, it's been a long day, we looked at another approach to this, which was whether the information could be de-identified before the hospitals disclosed it to the Secretary of State. This would allow for the state to get the complete statistics on every birth, not just maybe 97%, without violating anyone's privacy or putting anyone's health information security at risk. The hospitals did not want to have to do this, and Health and Human Services wasn't really a fan either. Mr. President, we must remember that someone's medical information belongs to them, not the hospital, and not the state of New Hampshire. I have every confidence that the hospital will do an excellent job convincing mothers that sharing their medical history will lead to improvements in public health. But in the end, it has to be the decision of individual women, because it's their constitutional right to be free from governmental intrusion in their private and personal information. And it's also their legal right, because their medical history belongs only to them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Senator Birdsell for a question of?
the good senator from District 13. Thank you for Thank you for taking my question. Do you know if the women who are filling out this form know that when it goes to the Secretary of State's office that they're not covered under HIPAA?
Could you repeat that?
Do you know if the women who are filling out the forms know that when the form goes to the Secretary of State that they're not covered under HIPAA?
I believe they don't, because during the study committee, the secretary of, well, the director of vital records did not know that they were not covered by HIPAA as a state agency. Everybody assumes that HIPAA does everything to protect privacy, but it doesn't. It covers only certain entities, healthcare providers, insurers. It doesn't cover the Secretary of State. I don't think the women even know that their medical history is going to the Division of Vital Records with their name on it. And they certainly don't know that it isn't protected by HIPAA.
Thank you.
The bill is still on second reading. The males will plead the fifth. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? Senator Pearl has asked for a roll call. Seconded unanimously. Senator Avard is the unanimous seconder. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Oh. Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi. Is she excused?
Oh, my apologies. I didn't realize that Senator Rishardi was out of the room.
I think.
Didn't realize you were not here.
Senator Rishardi. Oh, she doesn't know what.
So the prevailing motion is ought to pass. If you're in favor of ought to pass, you'd vote yes. If you're not, you'd vote no.
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Shanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Bradley. Did I hear?
I'm sorry, I must be hard of hearing. That was a yes, Senator Altschiller?
Yep.
Thank you.
Senator
And I
Bradley.
vote yes, too.
It's 20.
The ayes have it 21-3. The motion of ought to pass prevails, and Senate Bill 105 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. Good luck, Senator Gray. It's that time of day that I get to do the thing that I'm sure everybody loves the most, and recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Excuse me, Mr. President, I gotta find it. We've had so many papers today. I've got things everywhere. I apologize. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to third reading be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. We are now in, the ayes have it, the early session is adjourned. And we are now in the late session. Are there announcements to come before the body? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask for personal privilege. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise this afternoon to note the passing of Paul Chevalier, who was a former constituent of mine who lived in Hudson. Paul was known to many of us in this chamber as a fierce advocate for New Hampshire's veterans. In fact, he was a nationally known veterans leader. He was also a true American hero. Paul proudly served in the U.S. Marine Corps from 1954 to 1985, including 3 tours of Vietnam. His many decorations included the Meritorious Service Medal, the Navy Marine Corps Commendation Medal with Combat Action Ribbon, Vietnam Service Ribbon with 7 Bronze Stars, the Vietnam Cross of Gallantry, and the Vietnam Campaign Medal. He was promoted to Sergeant Major and retired as a Brigade Sergeant Major, serving as a senior enlisted advisor to the Commanding General of the 2nd Marine Amphibious Force. Retirement, Mr. President, was just the start of Paul's service as he became a champion for all veterans, serving as New Hampshire's VFW State Commander as and was one of the most sought-after endorsements for Republican presidential candidates. He and his wife Kathy had retired to the warmth of Florida a few years ago, and I hope that I can speak for all of us when I send our heartfelt condolences to her, their children, and grandchildren. Semper Fi, Sergeant Major. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Are there further personal privileges or announcements? All right, so a couple from me. Committees are doing great. Thank you very much. We have, with the 3 bills that we sent to Finance today, 32 bills in committee still left. So awesome work, everybody. Really remarkable. Looking ahead to next week, there are 67 bills. 35 of them are on consent, 32 regular calendar. So my sense is we'll probably have a day that may not be quite as long as today, but a little bit longer than some of the other days that we've experienced. And I'm going to use my phone for just 1 second. I spoke with Senator Susi yesterday about this, but for planning purposes, I think it's actually worked out fairly well that we have not always met on Thursday so that committees can use Thursdays. So we will not be in session on April 6th, April 20, and May 4th. We will be in session on April 13th, April 27th, and May 11th. I'm assuming after that we'll probably be in session the next Thursdays after that. But for planning purposes through the middle of May, that's my anticipation at this point. I think it's worked out well. I think it'll help Senator Gray and the Finance Committee to have those extra Thursdays, and I think it'll help other committees too. So great job, everybody. I think it's now time to recognize Senator Carson again. Oh, I'm sorry. Without objection, of course I always forget things, I'm sorry. All personal privileges or unanimous consent or other remarks shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate per Rule 216 and 217. Seeing no further business, now I'll recognize Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the President of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, and processing and roll bill reports and amendments, and when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.